Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Scenario Planning Workshop. Today is April 22nd, and we are discussing the implementation of scenario-based planning in the distribution planning process. We are working in the high DER proceeding on implementing Decision 24-10-030. I am Tyler Nam, a utilities engineer on the grid planning team, and I'll be the host for today's workshop. First, we'll go over some important safety information for those attending in person. In case of an emergency, there are two exits behind you, one on the right side and one on the left where you came in. If needed, please evacuate through one of those doors into the CPUC office courtyard and proceed towards City Hall to the War Memorial Park. Additionally, there are bathrooms and a water fountain located across the lobby. So if you exit through the way you came in and go past security to the other side of the room, you'll find bathrooms and a water fountain. Additionally, there are more bathrooms across the courtyard in the CPUC lobby, and you can ask a front desk worker to direct you. We'll go over some ground rules for the workshop. So for everyone participating in person and online, please speak clearly into the mic and identify yourself and your organization when you speak. To participate online, please use the raise hand feature, and a host here will unmute you or prompt you to unmute yourself, rather. You can then begin speaking. Please remember to identify yourself, and please mute yourself after you're done. Additionally, you can put your question in the chat, and a host here will read your question out at the appropriate time. We may then request to unmute you if you have any follow-ups. The workshop is being recorded. You may have heard that at the intro. But the recording will not be on the record of the high DER proceeding. So parties that would like to submit comments may do so in response to the Tier 3 advice letter that will be submitted by the joint utilities on June 30th. Now I'll go over the agenda for the morning. We're here with some opening remarks and logistics. We'll then turn it over to Commissioner Houck for opening remarks to the workshop, and then a presentation by myself giving some background and framing the workshop. We'll then jump into a section on presentations from external utilities and public utility commissions from other states that have implemented scenario planning already to learn from their process. And we'll have 15 minutes of open discussion and Q&A following that. We'll then break for 15 minutes and rejoin at 11 a.m. for an extended period of utility presentations, followed by another 15 minutes of questions and answers, and then breaking for lunch at 1 p.m. We'll then rejoin at 2 o'clock for a stakeholder perspective presentation from the Public Advocate's Office. And then we'll conclude with an extended open discussion session, and then closing remarks and next steps. Clicker's not. No. All right. Thank you. And I will now be turning it over to Commissioner Houck online to deliver opening remarks. Thank you for joining, Commissioner.
Hi, thank you. Are you able to hear me okay?
We can hear you in the room.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I want to thank everyone for joining today's scenario planning workshop. This workshop is part of implementing the high DER proceedings Track 1 Phase 1 decision that was issued last fall. That decision focused on near-term improvements to the utilities distribution planning and execution process. Today's workshop will focus on further development of the utilities implementation of scenarios planning to advance their distribution planning processes. The decision from last fall directed the utilities to use scenario planning as it can have a significant benefit to analyzing and understanding distributed energy resource adoption customer behavior, and localized distribution system needs. However, this is a really big change from how the California investor-owned utilities currently do their planning. So as parties have commented, given the complexity involved with scenario planning, additional work that's needed on the development of the technical implementation details of incorporating this tool into the utilities planning processes, we wanted to hold this workshop to be able to vet some of the issues involved. So first, I want to provide some context for the Commission's direction on scenario planning from last fall. One of the challenges utilities and customers currently face is evaluating the likelihood of forecasted distribution system needs occurring in the future, especially later in forecast years. This uncertainty creates challenges for planning and building out necessary grid infrastructure into the future to serve customer needs. The goal of transitioning the utilities distribution planning processes from a single forecast planning approach to the use of scenarios is to provide more and varied forecast information to compare and identify distribution needs, load pockets, and account for load drivers like electrification. However, many details and policy questions remain as to how scenario planning is implemented. Implementation should be in a manner that allows the utilities to effectively plan towards one investment plan, ensure ratepayers are protected, and forecast scenarios are prudent and vetted. We need to ensure that the process is complementary to the Energy Commission system-level IPER demand forecast and the other critical workflows that come out of the IPER, such as the integrated resource planning and transmission planning processes. The objective of today's workshop is to discuss barriers and challenges to such implementation, allow for participants to provide input into this significant planning shift, and work through the development of the utilities scenario planning proposals. In particular, the participant feedback throughout this workshop will be essential to informing the scenario planning proposal the utilities will submit to the Commission. Today, we'll hear from each of the large investor-owned utilities regarding their initial scenario planning proposals. We'll hear from utilities and public utilities commissions that have implemented scenario planning, and we'll hear from Cal advocates and other interested parties. I want to thank everyone for their participation in today's workshop. I want to thank Energy Division staff for organizing and leading the workshop, and I want to thank the investor-owned utilities for providing a foundation for the discussion, and to all interested parties for your valuable input into this process. So I'll be listening on and off throughout the day. I'm obviously participating virtually, and my advisor, Audrey Newman, is in person, and she'll be listening throughout the day. So again, we're looking forward to the discussion, hearing from everyone, and I will turn it back over to Tyler.
Thank you for that intro, Commissioner. Okay. Now I'll kick off the workshop with some background and framing presentation. As background, in fall of last year, the decision adopted the decision to make improvements to the distribution planning process. This included the requirement for the utilities to implement scenario-based planning in the 2025-2026 distribution planning and execution cycle. The decision defines scenario planning as a process in which multiple scenarios can be performed to evaluate the impacts of different levels of load adoption, DER adoption, and customer behaviors, and have the outcomes of those scenarios integrated into a single investment plan. The decision also made some upfront determinations, including the fact that investments are not required to be present in the outputs of all scenarios. The decision also required the workshop that we are here at today as a development step in the scenario planning process. It identified the Distribution Forecast Working Group and the Distribution Planning Advisory Group as annual touch points for the scenario planning process, and it set the requirements for the Tier 3 advice letter that the utilities will be filing to propose their scenario planning process by June 30th. The requirements are to summarize the workshop, identify the outcomes of this workshop, propose a framework for implementation of scenario planning, as well as a timeline to make that transition. So why are we here today talking about scenario planning? Well, in California, there's a shift going on from an era of relatively low load growth to a growing load growth era. This can be seen with transportation electrification, building decarbonization, the rise of data centers and AI computation. And an era of load growth requires a robust proactive planning process to keep up with the needs of the state. We find that planning for one scenario does not capture the range of likely future outcomes and assumes that the future will unfold as forecast. Scenario planning can help identify, communicate, and mitigate this uncertainty and create a portfolio of least regrets solutions that can meet the needs of multiple scenarios, as well as are flexible to pivot based on the need that ends up being realized. So now I'll go over some of the key risks of single forecast investment planning, their cause, and how scenario planning can help mitigate this. The first is overinvestment, and this looks like underutilized assets and undue burden on ratepayers. This can happen if DER adoption or load growth is slower than forecast, or if load management outperforms expectations and ends up eliminating the need for grid needs that are already built. Scenario planning can help mitigate this by using conservative demand or adoption scenarios and considering a robust load flex mitigation scenario. The second is underinvestment, which looks like capacity constraints, long lead time projects, energization delays, and poor reliability. This can happen if DER or load growth outpace the forecast and can be mitigated by modeling futures with faster or higher load and DER uptake to identify stress points on the grid and proactively plan solutions. This is also where identifying long lead time investments becomes critical. Third, we have a lack of flexibility, which looks like locking in plans and lacking the flexibility to pivot plans if changes are needed. These changes can be needed due to policy changes or emerging needs or constraints, and can be mitigated by analyzing how solutions perform across a range of different scenarios. And last, we have blind spots, which looks like being unaware of system vulnerabilities that occur in low likelihood but high impact scenarios. These blind spots can occur due to only considering a middle of the road scenario in planning, and can be mitigated by considering outlier events such as extreme weather to identify stress points on the grid. If you've been following the high DER proceeding, this slide might look familiar to you. This is a simplified process diagram of the distribution planning and execution process, with the planning part up top in green and the execution part below in blue. From planning, we go from forecast adoption to historical load profile review, to load and DER disaggregation, to grid need identification, and finally to solution development. The execution process below goes from project prioritization to scoping, to planning, estimating, and design, permitting and sourcing, and finally construction. If we add in scenario planning, we can see that this process looks relatively similar, but we have parallel steps occurring in the forecast adoption, the load and DER disaggregation, and the grid need identification steps. We do not have parallel steps in the historic profile review because that's concerned with past real-world data and not forecasts. And we do not have parallel steps in the solution development stage because the outcomes of the scenarios, the grid needs that are identified, will be consolidated into a single investment plan. Similarly, the execution process is not impacted, but will be modified based on the outcomes of the planning process. So the rest of my presentation will focus on proposals for scenarios that could be used and a potential long-term vision of scenario planning. So as an exercise to think about what the possible scenarios could look like, let's consider the two main inputs to distribution planning: load growth and DER adoption. On the x-axis, we've put load growth from lower load growth to higher load growth. And the y-axis, we have DER adoption from low DER and flexibility to higher DER and flexibility. In the bottom left, we have a conservative future at the intersection of lower load growth and low DER and flexibility to serve as a baseline. In the bottom right, we have higher load growth, but still lower flexibility. And we expect this to look like more traditional wires upgrades because we lack the flexibility to do dynamic management of the grid. In the top left, we have a DER dominant and lower load growth quadrant, which looks at the ability to flatten curves and mitigate grid needs through the coordination of DERs and flexibility. And in the top right, we have a proactive high DER future, which shows the impact of both higher load growth and higher DER and flexibility. On the right, I have overlaid each quadrant with a scenario that could represent the outcomes of that quadrant. So to give each of those potential scenarios a little bit more color, we have the base case scenario, which looks like what utilities traditionally do, considering known loads and hyper disaggregation, and has the potential to include some high confidence pending loads. In the high load growth scenario, we could add additional load growth and locational specificity. That could look like adding medium certainty pending loads, as well as a proactive transportation electrification forecast that identifies the needs for electric vehicle charging well into the future. And this would provide location and temporal specificity for load growth compared to the base case and identify additional grid needs due to that higher load. Third scenario is the high flexibility scenario that tests the ability to avoid upgrades by shifting load, by smoothing ramping, and by shaving local peaks. And it tests whether coordinated flexibility can defer the need for grid upgrades. And last, we have the high impact scenario, which looks like combining the high portions of the high load and the high flexibility scenario to see what high load growth projects could be avoided with flexibility. Here is another visualization of what this process could look like a little bit more specifically, with the data inputs on top flowing into their respective scenarios. Those scenarios each producing their own sets of grid needs, with the baseline grid needs on the left, the high load scenario producing incrementally more grid needs, the high flexibility scenario mitigating some of those needs and producing incrementally less, and the high impact scenario considering the needs of both the high load and high flexibility and landing somewhere in the middle. And ultimately, the results of all of these grid need identification steps would result in a single investment plan informed by all of them. So now I'll go over some of the benefits of this method that this method could provide. This method integrates multiple sources of information to complement and confirm each other when they both find a grid need in different scenarios in the same location. These sources of information don't compete for inclusion in a single forecast scenario and can result in using high confidence data that might otherwise not be included. And in situations where a grid need is only found in a single scenario, we can look at the results of other scenarios to guide the investment plan. We can consider if there is constrained capacity or available capacity at the location of the grid need. We can look at the result of the flexibility scenario and identify if there is opportunity to mitigate that grid need, and we can look at the opportunity for non-wires alternative solutions. But this method does not come without its challenges. A framework that considers the outputs of multiple scenarios and identifies a single investment plan creates a critical juncture at that step when we go from the grid need identification to the investment plan. This highlights the need to define and distinguish between inputs to the scenarios to determine if grid needs that are identified are overlapping with each other or are incremental to each other. And this underscores the need for transparency in this process. Additionally, the CPUC does not approve distribution plans or investment plans. The distribution planning process that we have set up includes lots of transparency and opportunities for stakeholder input into the process, but ultimately it's not within the CPUC's current authority to approve these plans. This creates the need to implement sensible guardrails to guide investment decisions and for a iterative reform process to make changes to the planning process as needed. Speaking of which, there's a proposal for this iterative reform process to repurpose the annual distribution investment deferral framework reform ruling to be a distribution planning and execution process reform ruling that would provide an opportunity to make changes to the scenario planning process on an annual basis. This could allow for the establishment of metrics to make corrections to the process, to implement changes to methodology, and to potentially expand the use of scenario planning process in the future as needed. And lastly, I'll go over some potential guardrails that could be implemented regardless of the scenarios that are selected. The first is the definite need for transparent reporting, in which grid needs are tied to their investment decisions. So every investment should identify what scenarios that solution is required under. We also have the need to prioritize investments across scenarios, starting with the highest confidence and least regrets solutions that are identified in all scenarios. There's also the opportunity to assess non-wires alternative solutions for grid needs that disappear in high flexibility and coordinated scenarios. And last, there could be the establishment of a tiered investment prioritization, which looks at least regrets projects first, and then looks at contingent projects that may show up in only a few scenarios and identify potentially a trigger threshold for investing in those projects. And last, there is reporting fringe investments that show up in only a few scenarios or one scenario, but do not include them in the investment plan. That concludes my introduction presentation, and we'll now be jumping into the portion of the workshop where we hear presentations from other states.
Thanks, Tyler. I was just going to ask you.
Sure, I can take questions. Sorry, for those online, there's a question from the room on if there are any questions from from my opening presentation. We have just a few minutes for that. All right. Well, it seems like we don't have any questions at this point. We will have opportunities for questions following the implementations in other states portion of the workshop. So now I'll be turning it over to Hannah from the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission to present on how they've implemented scenario planning.
Thank you, Tyler. And just checking to make sure that you can all hear me in the room and everything else.
Hi, Hannah. You seem to be a little
Yes.
quiet in the room here.
Okay, yep, I can get, let me make sure that my microphone is turned all the way up here.
I think we're hearing you a little bit clearer now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, I can make sure I'm nice and close. So yeah, thank you. And then I think you'll advance the slides. Great. So my name is Hannah Terwilliger. I am an analyst coordinator with the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission, and I specifically oversee our distribution system planning efforts. Next slide. And so just as a disclaimer, the ideas expressed here today are my own and not necessarily that of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. So to start out, I thought I would just give a little bit of context about where Minnesota is at with our distributed energy resources. Obviously, we're a much smaller state than California, but we're seeing pretty steady year-over-year growth in our EV registrations. And then we also have a really substantial amount of distributed solar additions. That's where we've really seen a lot of the early growth. And so we have in the state 1.6 gigawatts that are interconnected. And there's another pending 1.6 gigawatts throughout the state. And so I think that's, we really saw this massive amount of growth in the late 2010s from Xcel Energy's Community Solar Garden program. That kind of slowed a little bit, but there have been some recent changes in state energy policy that are kind of driving this large amount of new applications. And so one of the challenges that we have is Xcel Energy, our largest utility, has a congested distribution system. They have over 30% of their substations cannot accommodate any more DERs. And that's obviously a problem now that we've got these new state energy policies like a 3% distributed solar energy standard where they're going to need to connect a lot more. And so I'll primarily be talking about Xcel today as they are the largest utility. They have the most DERs online, and that means they've got a higher level of sophistication in their distribution system planning. And just for context, they are about 1.3 million customers, and they've got a peak demand of about 9.2 gigawatts. Just to kind of contextualize that before we move forward. Next slide. So the commission had our integrated distribution planning start back in 2018, and these are the overall objectives that we have. So it's, to maintain safety, security, and reliability, enable customer engagement. I think that's a really important one as we're seeing a lot of changing customer preferences. Move towards more efficient, cost-effective platforms, have new products, new services, optimize utilization, and minimize total system costs. And then I think this is one of the really important pieces is to provide the commission with the information necessary to understand a utility's short and long-term plans and the costs and benefits. So we're not just getting that all when it comes in a rate case. We have the opportunity to weigh in before these investments are being made. And so we're seeing that these are kind of the high level goals for the commission, and they're remaining more consistent over time. And then our filing requirements are what we would call more detailed and iterative. And those have changed. I'm actually in the process of some updates to them right now as we learn about what type of information is necessary for us to stay apprised of how the utilities are planning their distribution system. Next slide. So this is a very high level look at those filing requirements that they have. So the IDPs are filed every other year in odd numbered years. So we'll get them in November of this year. Utilities need to hold at least one stakeholder meeting prior to filing where they go over their DER forecasts, their investment plan, their system capabilities. And then within the filing requirements, it's kind of divided up into these different areas. So we get baseline system data, how much is their budget over the next 5 years? How many DERs do they have in the system? Information about their hosting capacity and interconnection processes, the DER future analysis and scenario planning, which I'll talk about a bit more. And then we also see their long-term distribution system investment plans, their non-MARS alternatives. And then in 2023, we combined our transportation electrification plans with the distribution plans because it didn't make sense to have one of the most challenging and significant changes to the distribution system, transportation electrification, occur in a separate proceeding. And so we are going into the fourth, for our smaller utilities, and fifth cycle for Xcel Energy. And so I think we've got a really good handle on how these systems have historically operated. And we're now able to move into that next step of looking whether the distribution system is going to be able to meet changing customer preferences, state energy goals, changing technology moving forward. And then I'll also note that it sounds like it's the same in California, but these don't receive commission approval. We accept the plans as complete with our filing requirements, and that doesn't convey prudency or approve them to proceed with these plans. Rather, it indicates they've fulfilled our filing requirements. There are some slight shifts to that we're seeing going forward when I talk about our proactive grid upgrade plans, but that's a little bit of a different situation. So overall, these are more of a planning scenario. Next slide. So I'll focus in a little bit more on our DER scenario analysis requirements. And so the utilities are required to do this for DER growth. And in 2025, we are more explicitly amending these to include electrification, which wasn't something that had been included aside from EVs when these were first created back in 2018. And so we really started out with our utilities kind of doing high, medium, and low forecasts for individual technology types. But now we are moving into more of that dynamic scenario planning that's looking at what happens if you have both high DER or high solar and high storage growth, or what if it's high solar, low storage. So those different types of scenarios that can reflect a range of outcomes on the system. Importantly, we don't have one prescribed method or numbers, especially as when the filing requirements were first implemented. I think scenario analysis really wasn't super common, and the PUC didn't want to be overly prescriptive and limit what could be multiple valid approaches to scenario planning, and especially with smaller utilities that really weren't seeing that same level of DER growth. Avoid having them make really expensive investments when it's not something that might not be needed for another 5 to 10 years. And so you'll see throughout this that it's, kind of setting what do you need to include, what information do you need to explain when you're presenting this to the commission. So next slide. So now I'll get a bit more into Xcel Energy's scenario definitions. And this is from their most recent IDP that was filed in 2023. And this indicates how they've kind of developed their different scenarios. And so their base is called their budget plan. And this is their historical way and forecast that they have planned their distribution system on. It has their corporate sales and demand forecast. It's the one that is used to create their 5-year capital distribution budget. And it is used, and it only contains what we call known and expected load growth. So that's actual load applications and known trends for new customer generation interconnection. So basically things that are in the queue. So it's not really forecasting out growth in the future. And I'll talk about why that's been a little bit of a challenge in this current cycle in a few slides. For their low, medium, and high, they call this speculative DER adoption based on their corporate level DER forecasts. And so the low or the base case is kind of what they would expect to see. So this is like what they're putting in their resource plan or anything else, what the amount of growth that they are kind of predicting to see on the system. But again, that's not what's included in their actual budget plan, which is a bit of it's an issue. And so then the medium and high are kind of that faster than expected adoption with the extra 10 and 25% over the base case. And then in this forecast, when they started using what we call load seer, they did start to include things like beneficial electrification, and then also a lot of front of the meter solar, which we are expecting to see a lot of growth in beyond what we've already had over the next decade, and then battery storage as well. And so this is what they use for in load seer, and that is they take the service territory wide forecast that you're kind of seeing here after they've created it for DERs, EVs, electrification, and load growth, and they are allocating that down to the premise level. So this was their first time using this, and we'll have to kind of evaluate the process going forward and see how it can inform other programs and offerings, and see if there's helpful feedback to improve other iterations. Our smaller utilities are not doing this spatial forecasting due to their lower levels of DER adoption. Instead, they're kind of just doing the more high, medium, low by technology type. Next slide. So here you can see the scenario forecast results. And I think this is, when I saw this, it was pretty startling because you're really seeing that 11 to 13 gigawatt forecasted peak distribution growth by the early 2050s. And that's a 140% increase over 2023. And besides the increase in generation that's going to be needed, this is going to be a huge change for the distribution system. And I want to also note, this does not include data centers. This was created before they started to see the huge growth in data center forecasts. So it could even look pretty substantially different right now if you've got distribution connected data centers coming online. And the other thing I'll note here is this actually does even account for the nearly 6 gigawatts of solar that they are forecasting to come online in the same time period. And so there's, if you see the kind of net versus native load, that is how they are accounting for the value of the capacity of DERs on the distribution system to avoid capacity upgrades. And so this forecast is using what they call their planned net load approach. However, the commission has found it to be overly conservative and ordered refinement of this methodology for the 2025 IDP because any kind of avoidance of having to do those distribution upgrades is going to save a significant amount of money for customers. And I want to say, importantly, this is not a standalone DER forecast, but as indicated by the prior slides, it's a combination of different DER and electrification contingencies into this single forecast. And so that gives us the ability to look at how the DERs are valued against load growth. And that's important because they're going to need to come up with that good accreditation for distributed generation to count towards the shaving on the peak of the distribution system. And I'll say a really critical piece that is somewhat missing from this is the spatial impacts of energy efficiency and load flexibility. Those are included in the overall corporate level forecast that forms the base of this analysis, but it has not yet integrated down to the spatial level. And that's something that we've really asked them to start considering more, because load flexibility and demand response and energy efficiency, of course, are always your cheapest way to avoid costs by not having to build anything. And so, like I said, this is pretty early stages of using this forecasting tool, but we're hopeful that as we kind of move forward into this cycle, we'll start to get some results of how well did it do at predicting things even over the first 2 to 3 year time period. We've got some lead time to figure this out, but we're going to need to figure out how to do this without breaking the bank, and especially that the load flexibility is going to be a key aspect in that. And so the other piece of this is customers, right? They are going to want to add things to the distribution system. They do not want to wait for 6, 7, 8 years to build a new substation. And that's going to be a challenge if we can't pick up the pace of upgrading the system. So next slide. So the other piece is that this is really happening in the context of rapidly increasing distribution budgets. If you recall from the prior slide, showed where the current budget period ends. And that has happened, this forecast, you can see it really taking off. This is happening before the bulk of that capacity growth that we're expecting to see starting in the early 2030s. And the Excel's distribution budget in 2018 was a little over $200 million a year. They are now forecasting for 2029 that that'll be over $1 billion a year. So that is a really substantial, really shocking growth in the amount of money that's going to be spent and ratepayer impacts that we could see. And so I think what's important here is while you see the system expansion for capacity growing, it's not the only one that's increasing. There's also substantial age-related replacements, starting to get wildfire investments that are proposed, things like reliability and power quality. As there's more electrification, people are going to rely more on the electric system and want that reliability there. And so that's not the only challenge of this, as I kind of alluded to. The distribution budget is not justified using any of these DER scenarios. It's really based on that budget plan and base case load, which is only containing that known and expected load and generation growth. So next slide. So here you can really see how that plays out, where their corporate forecast is in the next 10 years showing decreasing load growth, but their distribution plan is showing quite substantial peak demand growth. And so what we see here is that the budget on the prior slide was justified using the IDP or using this corporate forecast. But when they go in and are talking about, well, why is the budget going up? They say, well, it's because of electrification. It's because of DERs. So you're seeing a disconnect in that actual ability to have solid quantitative evidence of why is your budget going up this month. And so really looking at how we can synchronize the forecasts with budget planning process to provide that quantitative support when it comes to the system expansion for capacity, especially. And I think that goes into the fact that this is not just a planning exercise, right? While we're accepting, we're not approving, it does need to connect directly to how the utility is budgeting and planning for their system. So we can start to give them guidance ahead of a rate case filing on what we're expecting to see. Because as I'm sure you all know, when you're in a rate case, there are thousands of issues going on and there's not as much time to focus on specific areas and that's what the IDP affords. So next slide. So now I'll talk a bit about how we are starting to use these forecasts in our proactive distribution system planning process, because I think this is a good success story of how we're getting past that disconnect that I was just talking about. And so this is showing the annual amount of forecasted distributed solar additions and the estimated system upgrade costs that Xcel is expecting through 2050. And this is to comply with new state energy policies. So a lot of the early DER growth has been distributed solar, and that's why we've got that near-term need for both reactive and proactive distribution upgrades to clear out what is an extremely congested distribution system. So it's not shown on this graph, but when the Community Solar Garden program was opened in 2015, there was an overwhelming response. In the first year of the program, there were 2 gigawatts of applications. At the time, Xcel had 25 megawatts of solar on its distribution system. So this was just really part of why the commission started to look at doing distribution system planning, was this completely unexpected growth. And that led to a lot of ongoing challenges, which we're only forecasting to grow. There's now an updated Community Solar Garden program and a distributed energy standard, which Xcel has to have 3% of its retail sales from distributed solar, 10 megawatts or less, by 2030. And so that has led to this near-term spike that you're seeing, especially for front of the meter solar in this graph. And then the 992 million in upgrades that they're anticipating needing by 2052 to accommodate the solar, which is a large portion that's coming in the near term. Just like for context, we have substations that have up to 30-year waits to interconnect. And that's about 30% of the substations on Xcel's system. So a pretty significant issue. And along with all the recent policy changes, there was also legislation that required this forecast and analysis and then options to kind of go, how are we going to get through upgrading the system and making sure that we can meet the state energy policy goals. And so that has what has really led to the commission's work in proactive upgrades. Next slide. So this was a framework that was offered in the record back in the 2023 IDP that I think is really helpful to how you think about proactive versus reactive upgrades and then shared versus individual cost allocation. And it's a good starting point to think about costs and benefits of different upgrade models and then who's bearing the risk for that. And so in kind of the lower left-hand corner, that's where you're seeing for what in Minnesota is our traditional model, or the cost causer pays. And so that is where whoever is the next one in line to interconnect, if there is $1 million substation upgrade, does not matter if you are a 5 kilowatt or a 5 megawatt, you are responsible for that cost, which is obviously cost prohibitive for a small residential solar customer. And so as the system is rapidly changing, there are those risks. I think Tyler covered a lot of them really well. for delaying customer transitions to electrified end uses and installation for DERs. And so this framework really was what formed the basis of the commission-initiated work group to come up with a framework for how utilities can invest in proactive distribution system upgrades to accommodate DERs and electrification. So next slide. So what that resulted in was a work group that I ran starting in November of 2024, and we just published the draft framework on April 7th, so 4.5 months, which I like to think is lightning speed for regulation. And I'm focusing here on the portion of the framework that really pertained to scenario analysis. And there was a lot of discussion in the work group, but overall, this language here, it was a unanimous recommendation for the forecast portion of the framework. We'll see if that holds up in the ongoing comment period. But what I want to point out is that there was a lot of discussion similarly in the work group to when we developed the IDP filing requirements about not defining exact scenario numbers because things could really shift over time. And what we might think is rapid growth today could really be small in the future. And so that's similar to that IDP approach again. So it's to let the utility define the scenarios and sensitivities, and then stakeholders will assess whether the approach is reasonable. And so it leaves that flexibility so you're not constantly having to go back and redo the language. And so we're expecting a commission decision on this framework in July, and then we'll get a first filing in on November 1st of 2025 with the 2025 integrated distribution plan. And that is where Excel will be proposing, hey, here's the 5 to 10 areas of the distribution system that we really see we need to proactively upgrade outside of our traditional planning cycle because we're already in the substation upgrading it because the transformer is at the end of life. So let's get those system efficiencies to do the upgrades when we have to do it anyways, but also make sure we're future-proofing going forward. And so I think that this is a pretty novel approach, kind of coming up with the framework to evaluate what those investments will be before we start to see them. And so there are areas where not everybody is in agreement, but I would say that the work group process overall was really positive and helped get a shared understanding of kind of the situation that we're in and how we're expecting to see a lot of that road growth over time. So that's what I have. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and happy to answer any questions, and feel free to reach out for any specific follow-ups or anything else.
We can pause now for a few minutes for any questions. If they're online, you can put them in the chat or raise your hand, or if they're in the room, we can have someone come up to a podium here to ask a question.
Good morning, Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about how you think about incorporating front of the meter distributed generation. I noticed that was a substantial part of your forecasted resources, and it's one that California, I would say, seriously under-considers. So do you have any suggestions for us?
Yeah, so a lot of the front of the meter generation is because of the state policy, and actually with the framework, because forecasting for front of the meter generation is still, especially when you're talking about the granular piece still in its infancy, that's something we're looking at in phase 2, and it may turn out that it ends up being more of a where are the best places on the system to situate this to optimize the distribution system, to really work and protect ratepayers, because if you upgrade the system for front of the meter generation and it doesn't show up, that's a huge challenge, because now you don't you're stuck and ratepayers are holding the bill for that. So I think that'll be a piece that we really develop more in the next year or so. But it can also look like, you know, here's the plan, here's like the best areas on the system, developers for you to go situate stuff. And then we also do have a reactive cost sharing process. So that's where if you've got a bunch of developers and they say, hey, we really want to site things here, but there's an upgrade, there'll be a process for them to share the cost of that upgrade to really substantially reduce the price of that. But I would say our front of the meter generation is really down to legislation, and that's the Community Solar Garden program and the Distributed Solar Energy Standard. Oh, and I don't know if the microphone's not on in the room, but I'm not, if there was a follow-up, not hearing anything from there.
Repeat your question. Ask your question. Can you repeat your question? You did ask your question.
Sorry, my technology hearing issues. So I'm curious whether Minnesota, what kind of programs you have to support front of the meter, distribution grid, solar and storage, you know, community solar for sure, but anything else?
Beyond those two that I mentioned, no, there's not specific programs for it. We actually are seeing utilities start to let distributed solar bid into their larger RFPs, which, and some of them came in at lower prices than utility scale. So I thought that was really interesting. Our largest utility, Excel, is also planning to propose distributed capacity procurement. So I would say it's less of policies and incentives and more of looking at how things can be competitively procured due to a lot of transmission constraints that exist, looking at how that can be brought in.
Hi, Hannah. It's Richard Coe from the California Public Advocate's Office. In California, we have a separate state body, the California Energy Commission, which does a lot of forecasting, and the forecasts and scenarios that are prepared by the California Energy Commission are an input into the distribution planning process. I was just wondering if there's an equivalent body in Minnesota that generates forecasts like that, forecasts and scenarios.
No. So the short answer is no, we don't have our own kind of doing that scenarios and forecast. And I did see online someone is saying, can you mute the auditorium mic just so otherwise there's backfeed. So we do have like our trial staff equivalent at the Minnesota Department of Commerce, but it is the utilities that are creating the forecasts. And then there's evaluation of that by stakeholders, by other state government agencies. And so that's more on that end of things. And I think one of the challenges we have seen with the new load seer tool is that is really different. And because it is more of a forecasting / modeling, the ability to kind of go under the hood and look into that is much more complicated than a lot of the forecasting tools have been in the past. And so I think that's a piece that we're still working through, is how can our stakeholders go in and like validate the model, validate the forecasts so they can be comfortable with the outputs.
Thank you, Hannah. We have a question that I'll take from the chat here, coming from Zoe Harold, asking, did you consider cost benefits associated with any reductions in transmission system build-out needs or other system benefits, for example, providing local reliability benefits?
So the transmission piece is interesting because we're actually having the opposite problem, where there is so much distributed solar that it is causing impacts to the transmission system, and areas that might actually need a transmission upgrade to accommodate it, which I think presents a challenge, because the value of distributed generation is that it is on the distribution system and you are kind of avoiding some of those transmission impacts. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Within the framework, there are criteria to look at. Does this kind of increase system reliability and everything else? Historically, we did have a value of solar tariff that was discontinued for use with the Community Solar Garden program with the update in the legislation. And that did look at some other co-benefits, but it's not currently in use in Minnesota as a compensation methodology. But within the evaluation of which proactive upgrades might go forward, yes, that is something to kind of look at and consider is, does it provide other system reliability benefits?
Got it. Thank you. And one more question before we move on to the Hawaii presentation. This one comes from Dean Taylor asking if you could please put the Minnesota law or legislation on proactive planning that you mentioned in the chat so that we can have that for our own reference.
Yep. Yeah, I can put that in. And I'll just note that the legislation was more saying like do an analysis of what's needed, and based on kind of that initial analysis, that's what prompted the commission to order the work group. So I will put the link to that order in as well that established the proactive upgrade work group in process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will have an additional opportunity for questions after this next presentation. But now I would like to welcome on Sean Amata from the Hawaii Electric Company. Sean, thank you for joining us today.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so my name is Sean Imada. I'm a principal engineer in distribution planning at Hawaiian Electric. And I'll be presenting today on how we use scenario planning in our distribution planning analysis as part of the integrated grid planning process at Hawaiian Electric. So I'll give a brief overview of our utility and then get into the IGP process where I'll go over the forecast scenarios that are used, and then go through the distribution planning process and our major analyses for the first being the DER hosting capacity and then the location-based forecast. And then I'll show how we applied those forecast scenarios to those, our planning analysis. The next slide. Yeah, so a quick overview. Our company covers 95% of the state, covering the main Hawaiian islands of Oahu, Maui County, so that includes Maui, Molokai, and Lanai, and then the big island of Hawaii also, so 5 islands, and then the custom counts are there on the screen. The graph on the bottom left shows the renewable generation profiles for each of the islands, as well as for the consolidated company total by percentage. So next slide. To give some background on our distribution system, or what we cover in distribution planning, that includes our sub-transmission system, which is just for Oahu, and also the distribution across all islands. So the sub-transmission system is a radial 46 kV. That includes about 60 feeders and 30 transformers. For the distribution systems, they're mostly 12 kV radial. There's some areas of 2.4, 4 kV, and some 25 kV as well. In total, it's about 650 feeders with 350 transformers. So next slide, please. So I'll get into the IGP process now. Here's a diagram of the overall IGP process. Sorry, it's a little small, but I'll be focusing on the 2 boxes on the left. So the data collection in green, and then the plan definition in blue. So for the IGP process, it starts off with engagement with working groups, getting input from stakeholders on what inputs and assumptions we should be making for the analysis in the plan definition step. And so this is where the forecast scenarios come out of. For the IGP, there were 4 scenarios that were identified for us to do analysis on, and I'll go through those after. The plan definition stage, so that covers all of our planning analysis to identify the grid needs. And distribution planning is not specifically called out in this step, but this is where our analysis takes place. So all of those grid needs are identified for all the different levels, transmission, generation, and that goes into a final plan that we file. So next slide. And so this diagram is a little more detailed look at the analysis in the plan definition step. It uses all of the inputs assumptions from the data collection. So that's the box kind of in the middle on the left side. And then that feeds into all of our analysis. The distribution analysis is in the, it's on the path on the bottom. So it kind of runs in parallel to the other analyses. So we're performing our hosted capacity and location-based forecast analysis. And so we're using load sphere and synergy for both of those. And any grid needs identified that feeds back into the process, combined with the other analyses, grid needs, and that all feeds into that final grid needs portfolio at the end. So next slide. So these are the 4 scenarios that were identified for our analysis. Each of the scenarios are composed of different technology layers and combinations of those technology layers. So as you see across the top of the table, there's a DER forecast, the EV forecast, energy efficiency or EE forecast, and then the last is a load shape, a time of use load shape. This one is just what load shape should be applied to the EV forecast. And so that was either a managed EV charging case or an unmanaged EV charging. But for each of the forecasts, there was a low, a base, and a high forecast for each of those. So each case is a combination of those. So the first is that base case, it's a base forecast for each of the technology layers. And then cases 2 and 3, those are identified as the bookends. So it's a high load customer technology adoption and a low load customer technology adoption. So what combination of forecasts will lead to the highest load we'll see on the system? So in that case, it'll be a low DER forecast, a high EV forecast, a low EE forecast, and then it's in an unmanaged EV charging case. And then for case 3, it's a low load scenario, and so it's just the opposite. The last case was kind of added a little later. It's a fast customer technology adoption. So that was added to see what the effect of customers adopting all of these technologies at a higher rate. So there was a high forecast for the 3 DER, EE, and EV in a managed EV charging case. And then you'll see in the results as I go through it, the grid needs identified. In terms of grid needs, the fast customer case that kind of ended up between the base forecast and the high load case. So it ended up somewhere in between those two. So you can go to the next slide. Also, for some background on the forecasts themselves, for each of the layers, we have a forecasting group that works to develop these forecasts, they were involved with the working groups, and these are some of the factors that were considered in each of those forecasts. So for DER, there's cost projections, tax credits, long-term export programs, addressable residential commercial market, among others. For EV, it was light-duty EV and electric buses. And then for energy efficiency, that was based on a market potential study from our PUC. And for the time of use load shapes, that was based on rates, customer pool, AMI rollout, TOU rollout, and TOU opt-out rate, among others. So next slide, please. Actually, I'm going to skip this slide and get right into the each of the analysis. This is just kind of an overview of all the steps. So if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so so like I mentioned, we have two major analyses that we're conducting in our process. So the first being the hosting capacity. For both hosting capacity and the location-based forecast, we're following these major steps: the forecast, the analysis, and then the solution options. The forecast step is mainly to create the circuit level forecast from the system level forecasts that are provided out of the data collection step. Let's see. So for the hosting capacity, we're only looking at the DERs for that case. So we're looking only at the low, the base, and the high DER forecasts that are being used within those four cases. So for hosting capacity, we're only looking at those three high, base, and low DER forecasts. So that goes into load tier. Load tier is used to create those circuit level forecasts based on spatial allocation. And then we get a circuit level forecast for each circuit. We'll get the number, the amount of DER expected by year for each case. So for each year, for each circuit, we'll have three numbers that we'll then look at in the analysis step. If you go to the next slide, there's some more detail on the analysis step. So for our analysis, we took a screening approach to try and limit how much detailed analysis we had to do. We have, those 650 feeders we would have to look at. So we're trying to narrow down those that we need to model and look at in detailed. So the first screen is using our current hosting capacity limits that we use for our DER application reviews right now. If the circuit is able to meet the forecasted amounts, then it'll pass. You'll see on the bottom of that purple box on the left, there's a little table that shows just some numbers on how many actually failed that screen. So how many more we would have to look at in the next step. So the next step was involved more modeling. So it was a stochastic analysis in Synergy. This was broken into two parts. First part being we reviewed each of the circuits that failed to see if that circuit needed its hosting capacity updated due to current configuration, circuiting, or updated load information for that circuit. Doing that update, that cleared some of those circuits. Of the remaining circuits that failed, we then looked at if what we called non-infrastructure investment solutions were possible. So these are solutions that don't require any equipment upgrades and are not that costly to implement. So these were mainly things like LTC settings changes. If those are able to, if we can change the LTC settings to meet the hosting capacity, then those are not considered for grid needs. So those that failed that then would be the circuits that we need to determine a solution for. So that applied for Maui and the Big Island. For Oahu, we were able to take an additional step, a more detailed step, because of the way the models are built and the more data available for Oahu, that we can do this probabilistic hosting capacity analysis. This is a tool that we developed with EPRI to look at multiple different cases of different distributions of new PV, different sizes, different locations, looking at all these combinations to see what would be a probable hosting capacity for that circuit. If a circuit failed that analysis, then we would have to determine grid needs for those circuits. So in total, the box on the bottom that identifies 5% of our circuits in the high DER case, and then 3% in the base and 2% in the low that failed that and needed a solution determined. Okay, next slide, please. So that's for the solution options. I'll go into that. I combined those two together for both in a later slide. So I'll go into the location-based forecasts here for the forecast step and the analysis step. So for the location-based forecasts, now we're looking at the entire modeling case of those forecast scenarios. So we take in those system level forecasts for DER, EE, and EV, as well as that EV charging case, the load shape. And that can all be put into LoadSphere to determine circuit level forecasts for by year. So we will end up with a 8760s for every circuit for every year, and that is what's used in the analysis step to determine the grid needs. Go to the next slide, please. So in the analysis step, we looked at both the normal circuit configurations as well as N-1 contingency cases to identify any grid needs. For the normal, there is so in general for both, we looked at the peak load for each circuit by year for each scenario. And for the normal case, those that were over the equipment ratings, those are ones that we know need an upgrade. So those are grid needs that need a solution. The screening performed here was done mainly for the N-1 analysis. So we looked at actually we used a limit of available 25% of available capacity to see if a circuit might not have enough capacity to pick up a neighboring circuit in an N-1 scenario. So we screened circuits based on that 25% capacity available to see which ones we would have to look at more in depth. And those moved on to that hourly analysis. And so in that hourly analysis, we would actually look at the 8760s for the circuits in question in those switching scenarios, and actually combine those into an aggregated profile to see if there are overloads. And in total, the grid needs identified in that case, plus the normal ones identified over the equipment ratings, ended up being the table on the bottom, 3% in the high, 2% in the base, 1% in the low and 2% in that fast adoption case. Okay, next slide, please. So for the solution options step, then now that we have the circuits identified for both hosting capacity and the location-based forecast, we've identified all the circuits that need a grid needs solution. So we would determine a solution for each of those circuits, a wire solution, and then come up with a cost associated with each of those solutions. And those solutions or those costs were then added together to get a total for each scenario. So for the hosting capacity as a table on the top, we needed $10 million in projects to meet the hosting capacity to meet the high DER case to increase hosting capacity. And then so we needed 6 million in the base and 6 million in the load. And so similarly in the location-based forecast, the solutions were added together, the costs added together to get totals for each of those scenarios for the location-based forecast. So then these totals were then added together for the corresponding scenarios, the modeling cases. So for the high load, the base, the low load, and the fast adoption, each of those had its corresponding DER forecast. And so the cost from the hosting capacity were added to that corresponding modeling case. So for the high load, that includes a low DER forecast in it. So that low DER cost was then added to that total. So for the high load case, the total for location-based and hosting capacity ended up being 76 million. And so the same was done for all to get the total cost for each case. So those costs went back into the IGP process and combined with the other grid needs identified by the other planning areas and their planning analysis. The projects themselves, so we didn't necessarily initiate projects. All of the projects identified that came out of this analysis. There were some that we had identified actually previously in other analysis. And so those were also identified in the IGP process. So those are still continuing to implementation, but there are others that we hadn't yet thought about. And so we'll now have some ideas on how to meet those grid needs as they come up. So our plan is to use the base forecast case, base modeling scenario for our analysis, any analysis moving forward to identify grid needs. As we get new service requests to review, more DER applications, so that'll be used to identify grid needs and then initiate projects when those grid needs arise. Yeah, so I think that covers the entire process for our analysis. I had one more slide just to go over some summary and takeaways for our planning process and scenario planning. So for the distribution planning process, this was something new for us. It was a new process. We had to adopt new tools, develop new analysis methods to determine the grid needs and what was being asked in the integrated grid plan process. It was a lot more work for us. It was an increased workload and it was more complex because we had to manage multiple scenarios and now working in 8760s for every circuit that made it that much more complex. New tools included things like this, the probabilistic hosting capacity analysis that has the potential to identify areas where we may have additional hosting capacity that we couldn't identify before with the stochastic analysis, which is how we would normally do our hosting capacity analysis. And so there may be more available capacity on some of our circuits. And for scenario planning, we did have to look at those four forecast scenarios. Included were the two bookends, so that showed the range of possible outcomes for the between the low load case and the high load case. If there were more forecasts for us to look at, I think they would be more difficult. Would definitely be more difficult for us to manage, more analysis and more, even more complex to keep track of all the different scenarios. Like I mentioned, in the grid solutions, we are identifying some grid needs that we were not quite aware of yet. So this helps us to identify some of those issues earlier. So we'll be ready for future grid needs as they come up as we review our service requests and DER applications. The scenarios are the scenarios that come out of the data collection. Those are system level forecasts and are being used by all of the planning groups to do our analysis. So it aligns us in the inputs on what we're using for the analysis, and that all feeds back into the overall grid plan. And the scenarios themselves, those were developed through a working group process, which included a lot of stakeholders to identify those scenarios and what inputs should be considered for those scenarios and forecasts. So that was the goal of the IGP process, to allow others to have input and have say in how the grid will be developed and built out. So that's all I had to cover for today.
Thank you, Sean. I see we have a few questions in the chat, so I'll start with those. And then if we have any questions in the room, feel free to make your way to the podium. We have two questions from Jan Strack. So I'll ask that, Jan, if you can raise your hand and we can prompt you to unmute yourself. Can I ask that you ask those questions aloud?
Just a couple of questions, just clarification mostly on the on the resolve modeling. Does the resolve model identify any behind the meter DER additions as part of its solution?
Sorry, that I'm not sure. We weren't involved with that resolve modeling. I don't recall in the report if it said that was included.
Okay.
Sorry.
My other question is on your reference to probabilistic hosting capacity analysis. I guess I'm just trying to understand how it actually differs from what you've done conventionally or historically. And specifically, I'm wondering what variables are you actually assigning a probability to And how are those probabilities actually determined? What's the method?
So for that analysis, my understanding is that it is just looking at multiple different combinations of how the DER, any new DER is placed on the circuit. And it looks at, based on how the results of the analysis is running load flows for each of those scenarios to see which, what is the hosting capacity that could satisfy most of those scenarios. I don't know if there was a value exactly on how many it has to satisfy, but it's trying to determine, what is a probable hosting capacity that could satisfy, most of the different combinations of where PV can come in.
So you're saying, if I understand what you're saying, it's the probabilities are associated with the potential locations of where these DERs are going to potentially arise. Is that right? So it could be at the end of the circuit, could be close to the substation.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a distribution, some sort of, and then somehow there's a probability assigned to that. I guess I'm still a little unclear how you just assign the probability to where something's going to show up. Is it economically based or?
That I'm not sure. I'll have to go in and check to see how it's doing that. Yeah, because I thought it's just, it's just randomly assigning it across the circuit where does not have PV at the time of the analysis to see, and then it'll look at like different sizes here, different sizes there, and then it'll see what is the total, like what hosting capacity will satisfy most of those cases in the analysis. I can try and find out to see if that was considered in the in that analysis.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We'll take one more. I think it should be a quick question from the chat online. Dean Taylor asks, how far out in the future do you look? For example, Edison International report looks at substation needs up to 2045 to meet state goals for electrification.
So our analysis only covered, I think it was 10 years, 5 to 10 years out. The forecasts themselves, though, are I believe they went out 30 years. But for our analysis, we were only looking at the 10 years for any grid needs.
Thank you, Sean. I think we have a question now from in the room.
Hi, Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. Thanks so much, Sean. It's a really interesting process. Can you, first of all, confirm my understanding for both the general analysis and for the location-specific analysis? You start with non-wires alternatives, and then you are identifying as grid needs wires investment, the proportion which cannot be met with non-wires alternatives. Am I understanding the overall approach for your analysis there?
Not quite. So for the non-wires, those are not considered till later. So so the first analysis, the hosting capacity, we're just looking at what is needed, what upgrades are needed to meet those DER forecasts on the circuit. And then the location-based, what is looking at load mostly. So what is the upgrades needed to meet the forecasted amounts of load on that circuit. So for the grid solutions, we'll come up with wire solutions to meet those grid needs. And then NWA is not considered until after that. So there's a process that was developed to look at if a project is a good candidate for NWA. So there's a NWA opportunity evaluation methodology that we use, and it screens a project to see if it's a good candidate for NWA. And then if it is, then we'll go through, we'll develop grid needs, a magnitude and duration to issue out as a EOI, expression of interest to developers to see if they think that project is feasible. And based on feedback, then we'll go to an RFP if there's a interest from developers. But then we'll still do an evaluation.
Question for the non-wires alternatives. How do you consider storage and demand flexibility?
So that would be considered in our evaluation of the NWA projects to see if they meet the grid need.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any other questions in the chat, or if anyone has a question, you can raise your hand. We can unmute you. We have about 10 more minutes left in the open discussion and Q&A section. So these can be questions for either Hannah or Sean. We've got one coming in the room.
Sean, this is Tom with PG&E. I have a question about you mentioned that N-1 criteria that you're utilizing in your hosting capacity. Does that mean they're using an N-1 in your scenario planning?
Sean, you're muted.
Sorry about that, thanks. For the location-based forecast is where we're using the N-1 analysis. So we're just looking at load to see if circuits can have the capacity to pick up neighboring circuits in an N-1 scenario. Sorry, was that what the question was?
So your location-based forecast is part of your scenario planning, right? Correct?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we'll look at the each of the different scenarios to see if N-1 is satisfied in each of the forecast planning or forecast cases.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I think we have one question from Dean Taylor in the chat for both Sean and Hannah. Has your process resulted in substations needing to be built or expanded?
I can talk. I can go first. So because with our proactive upgrade process, that's still waiting to see, get our first proposal. However, there are areas, the legislature gave $10 million for distribution grid upgrades for small solar specifically, because when you have constituents that are waiting 30 years to interconnect, people are not happy in general. So there are 6 projects where either new feeders are being built off of existing substations to accommodate that additional DER capacity, or some other, I believe one may have a new substation, but we do anticipate probably there will be some new substation construction. But again, that's more for the DER side at this point rather than the electrification. So a little bit of a, I would say, a unique scenario.
Yeah, thanks. For us, the new substations were identified in the location-based forecast. And then those we wouldn't necessarily initiate yet, depending on timelines when that need is arising. If it's within our typical project timelines, then we'll initiate those so that we can meet that grid need. So we do have some projects in progress for new substations.
Thank you both. I'll remind anyone who's asked a question in the chat, you can raise your hand for follow-ups if you need. I will turn to another question in the chat from Sylvia Ashford of Turn for both of you. Sylvia asks, what's the process and timeline for updating and improving new scenarios? So I imagine that is scenarios beyond what are already included in your scenario planning process.
So because we don't approve the exact scenarios, it would likely be when utility submits its next integrated distribution plan, they would define the scenario that they're using. And for now, we've just accepted those. I don't, typically in Minnesota, we're not actually approving forecasts, even in our resource planning proceedings. It's more that we kind of accept it for planning purposes. I think that's partially because it is a forecast, it's going to be wrong. And so it's more about testing out the sensitivities and everything else that goes along with it. So it's not necessarily about like, is this the right scenario, but does the program that you're considering hold up under a wide range of scenarios and sensitivities?
For the scenarios for our IGP, I think those are determined in that data collection phase. I'm not sure if there is a or how a new forecast would be included. Yeah, we weren't involved too much with that, developing the forecasts themselves. We were just using them for our analysis.
I have a question. This is Tyler from CPUC. For both of your forecasts, you have the base case and you have different scenarios, including high and low. But from my understanding, based on your presentation, for the investment plan, you start with the base case scenario and then maybe make some adjustments based on the outcomes of the other scenarios, but it sounds like you're primarily using the base scenario. Can you clarify if that understanding is correct or speak to how the outcomes of the other scenarios influence the investment plan?
So I think, as I mentioned, this was kind of the first time that we had seen that disconnect between the two. So it is still that budget case. And because we're not actually approving anything here, Excel is in a rate case right now. And so I think that it is something that we will see how that plays out as we get in testimony on the rate case and their distribution budget there. If people are looking to the forecasts in the IDP to see as, either evidence or something that they're using to put in their testimony on the distribution spending. So I would say it's a little bit of a work in progress at this point.
For our solutions that we identified, I mentioned that we are using a base forecast scenario for initiating projects. That's what we're using to see if grid needs are arising in the future. And what we're going to use as we receive new service requests and increase DER applications.
Sorry, Sean, can you elaborate there? Maybe I'm not fully understanding, but how are the, the high, the low, and the fast scenarios used to make any adjustments, or are they?
At this point, not much. I mean, we may look to see if there's some overlap, if a solution will cover the base as well as the high. But for our basing our projects on right now, we're using that base forecast to initiate projects.
Appreciate the clarification. I think we have time for one more question here in the room before we jump to our break.
Yeah, thank you. This is Gabe Petlin from the CPUC. Question for Hannah and Sean. Could you just walk us through how this scenario-based or integrated distribution planning process results or integrates with your general rate case process? Since distribution planning is usually annual and GRCs can be, 3 or 4 years, I'm not sure which one is for you. Do you also, how do you handle the time lag of, is the information still current by the time it becomes a factor in the GRC if it's coming out of a plan from a year or two ago?
So this is something we've started to kind of coordinate more between the two. So our distribution plans are every other year. Rate cases could be every year, could be 4 or 6 years. It just depends. We do have multi-year rate plans, but not every utility is using them. So what we're kind of seeing is that the IDP is a general direction, right? Like the budget numbers and everything else aren't going to be exactly the same, but we do have directives for the utilities to be using consistent methodologies throughout their different planning processes. So even though it might not be the same because you want to use the most updated information, there should be confidence that they're using the same process to do so. We've also seen it, or the direction we're moving in Minnesota is that we will give policy guidance in the IDP that can then direct the recovery that's happening in the rate case. So it may be something like, one of the big things is doing like proactive cable replacements before they fail. That's a new practice for the utility. And so but it is quite expensive. So what are the costs and benefits of that? How are you going to evaluate that piece of it? And so the commission can kind of give some of that policy guidance on hey, we think this is a good idea, or we don't think this is a good idea, or here's the evidence you're going to need to produce for us. So when you get to the rate case, it's more about that prudency review and not an actual policy decision.
That's for us, I think I really don't know how it would affect it. I think that's still something being worked out. We've only been through one cycle of the IGP. So yeah, that's still not clear to me how those are supposed to work together.
Thank you, Sean and Hannah. Appreciate you being able to attend and share your expertise with us. That brings us to the end of this section of the agenda, and we'll now be breaking for 15 minutes and returning at 11 a.m. for the utility proposals section. Thank you all and see you soon. Got the recording resumed. Thank you for joining us back here for the utility presentation. So now I'll be turning it over to all the utilities, PG&E, SCE, and San Diego, to present on their scenario planning proposals. So I'll turn it over to them. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Zach Branham on behalf of San Diego Gas and Electric. I have a full house up here on the podium. I'll let folks introduce themselves as they speak. So this is the joint IOU presentation. Showing the agenda here, we have about an hour and 45 minutes slotted for this session. I will provide a brief overview of the regulatory requirements. I think that was handled pretty well by Tyler earlier, so be fairly brief. Then we will move into each of the IOU's proposals for scenario planning. Now, during each of those sessions, feel free to ask questions, raise your virtual hands or queue up, of course, here in the room. After the IOU presentations, we'll have a joint IOU wrap-up and then a joint Q&A session. Okay, with that being said, you all heard this in detail this morning, but very briefly, Decision 24-10-030, issued back in October of last year, set forth the requirement to include scenario planning in the DPP for the 2025 to 2026 cycle. In addition to that requirement, the decision required the stakeholder workshop that we're here for today, of course, and then the use of an advice letter process to implement scenario planning. Furthermore, ordering paragraph 7 of the decision specified 11 elements that must be addressed in this workshop, and those elements have been incorporated into this presentation today. Okay, before we get into all of the juicy details here, and I turn it over to Edison, let's zoom out real quick, provide a high-level overview of the timeline, where we're at, and where we're going. So, of course, today, April 22nd, we're here for the scenario planning workshop. May 9th, the joint IOU proposal on the IPER scenarios for the next planning cycle will be submitted. The week of May 19th, the distribution forecast working group meeting will be held. And then by June 30th, the Tier 3 advice letter for scenario planning will be submitted. In the July-August timeframe, we anticipate approval of the selected IPER scenarios. And then August to September, we anticipate approval of the Tier 3 scenario planning advice letter. Then the August to October timeframe, that marks the beginning of the 2025 to 2026 DPP. Okay, I will now turn it over to Edison, but let me walk this clicker down to you.
All right, my name is Ari Altman. I'm the case manager at SE for the HIDR proceeding. So I'll give an introduction to our view of scenario planning, and my colleague Ann Tran will then take off and give some details of our actual proposal. So we've heard a lot about this already today. Why do we need scenario planning? I won't go too in depth because I think there is agreement on some of the issues here. But at a high level, our concern is that a single deterministic forecast, which is how we've done things up until this point, won't work in the future. It was sufficient when load growth was modest and predictable, but that is not the future that we're facing. And we've seen many graphs today in California and elsewhere that suggest this new reality. Now, so I'll just skip that. I think there's general agreement on that. So the issue here is that, again, in California, we're seeing a high volume of large load requests, and that's leading to energization timeline concerns. And that's something that, of course, customers and developers are being very vocal about. And limiting planning to a single forecast based on historical loads simply won't be sufficient for a number of areas that are high load. These high load and high growth corridors are going to be left out. So our proposal is that we would use scenario planning based on at least 2 forecasts. This allows the utility to proactively plan to anticipate for high load, short lead time customer requests. So this is another layer of complexity and challenge. It's not just that energy, that load growth, that there is load growth and energy or capacity requests are increasing, but that they are also shorter lead time than traditional requests. So using the scenario approach does allow us to procure long lead time items, and that also includes acquiring land in advance. It allows us to adapt more quickly to customer needs. It allows us to right size at the outset rather than immediately or repeatedly needing to modify our plans. And it creates a framework to evaluate those less certain and emerging load types. But I want to be clear, it's not so much that we don't think that the load is coming. It's uncertain in the sense of where exactly is it going to end up. We know the load is coming, and we know the load is growing. We want to incorporate these, their grid impacts into a single investment plan. And we believe this does address affordability. We believe it's a reasonable approach. Of course, there are risks. But by creating a single least regrets investment plan, we think we are supporting ratepayers and our grid growth. Now, next slide. What we're talking about here, of course, I want to emphasize we know that there are risks. So that's a challenge, and it's a challenge that we want to rise to. We want to ensure grid readiness while avoiding unnecessarily early capital deployment. And we believe the math works out here. First of all, the timing. So when you think about a capital project, there are dollars, but they are not all spent up front. There are many stages: land acquisition, design, permitting, equipment procurement. These can take place over many years. A substation project could take 7 to 8 years. You're not spending all of that money up front. You're not even spending the bulk of that money up front. So that allows us some flexibility. We might complete early project phases, allowing for reduced lead times for customers that would use that project, but still have flexibility to alter that project as time goes by. We have not spent all of the money, and that goes to that affordability concern I mentioned earlier. There's also another reason the math works out is the nature of the risk. This is asymmetric. Getting it wrong in one direction is not the same as getting it wrong in the other. We believe that the impact of customer energization requests materializing more slowly than expected is something that can be mitigated. If necessary, a project may be modified, delayed, or potentially even canceled, and we would avoid unaccrued costs because all those costs do not accrue right at the beginning. But even if construction is already underway, we might be able to reallocate some of that project to other customer projects or needs. Just for an example, on the SCE system, we have over 4,000 circuits, 900 substations. This translates to about 4 or 5 circuits per sub, and we have about 5,000 customers per sub, or about 1,000 per circuit. So if you do have a project on an upgrade on a substation, and that particular customer that was in that scenario plan doesn't show up, another customer is very likely to show up. We know that growth is coming. I also want to mention 2 other things before I hand it over to Ann. First of all, we've heard about scenarios. We want, and we really are appreciative of all the work that's come before us, Minnesota, Hawaii, other things within the HIDR proceeding, within, for instance, work in the EIS, Electrification Impact Study, Part 1 by Kavala, work from PAO on their DGEM study. But we do want to differentiate and distinguish scenarios from scenario planning. So what SCE is thinking about doing is scenario planning, which means selecting the best learnings from various scenarios and incorporating them into a plan, not selecting a single scenario, whole cloth. So not selecting the entirety of a high scenario. selecting the best parts of that high scenario, adding them into a base scenario. And Anne's going to talk more about that. I also want to mention one thing, and just set this up ahead of time. I know some other folks have talked about low scenarios. We believe that as sort of like maybe a mitigation scenario. We don't believe mitigation is distinct from the overall picture. Again, where we want to select the best elements of any scenario. And so all of our scenarios will consider some mitigation. We view that as demand flexibility, but we don't have a demand flexibility scenario because we think of that as part of any scenario. You might have demand flexibility and mitigation if you have a lot of load, a high load scenario. You might have it if you have a lower load scenario. So I just want to make that clear, at least from the SE perspective, that can be used throughout. So with that, I'm going to, I've set you up well here. I'm going to hand it over to Anne to go further into our thoughts for the coming year.
Great, thanks, Ari. Hi, everyone. My name is Ann Tran. I'm a senior engineer at Southern California Edison. I'm on the grid policy team within the system planning and engineering organization. So I'll be taking everybody through SE's proposal for implementing scenario planning into our distribution planning process. So to set the stage, we're planning to have a two-step approach to scenario planning, an implementation for the next upcoming plan cycle, the 2025 to 2026 plan cycle, and then a longer-term view. And we believe that this approach will get us directionally more towards that longer-term plan for the subsequent plan cycles once we have tool functionality and the correct and appropriate processes established. So overall, as stated from the high DR track 1 decision, the concept of scenario planning is to create a single investment plan that is informed by multiple forecasts. But as we embark on this, the decisions that we'll have to make for the investment plan will have to consider the balance of risk between early capital deployment and the risk of lack of grid readiness. So to address these risks in the initial implementation of scenario planning, we plan to reduce project lead times for those less certain grid needs through what we call foundational scope execution. And we'll dive into that in a few slides here. And by executing on this foundational scope, we'll preserve the flexibility of the investment plan to allow us the opportunities to accelerate or defer projects as we receive more information through each annual distribution planning process. Oh, sorry. Still on this slide. So what you see here is our plan for the upcoming 2025 to 2026 plan cycle. You'll see the chevrons at the top. So starting from the left chevron, we plan to develop high-level solutions from two forecasts. A base forecast, which is inclusive of our known loads and pending loads category A and some pending loads category B. And then the high scenario will include more broader pending loads from category B. And so as Ari mentioned, we don't have a demand flex scenario, but we plan to incorporate appropriate demand flex assumptions in these scenarios. And as a reminder, the utilities are required to perform the electrification impact study part 2. That has a demand flex scenario, and we're required to take learnings from that scenario to incorporate into our distribution planning process. So back to the chevrons, the high-level solutions are developed from an automated script, and this will flow into a decision logic where we identify incremental, least regrets, and low-risk investments from the high scenario that could be anchored to the base scenario investments. We then would generate and develop the investment-grade solutions that would eventually make it to execution. So part of this least regrets strategy is trying to think about the solutions and making sure that the ones that we do plan to build, to the extent which is possible, we can have this asset be as useful as possible by making sure that they're flexible enough to have other benefits that they can provide if the load forecast ends up being different. So this will minimize the risk of early capital deployment while getting ahead of the project lifecycle to prevent the risk of insufficient grid capacity. So now we can jump into the crux of the proposal here. which is how we will be making decisions on the investment plan. So generally, we have two sets of solutions from the base scenario and the high scenario. So what we want to do is compare these two solution sets within a limited geographic area. So this is just generally where the grid needs do appear, which could be typically served from a single substation. So the results of this comparison will produce two outcomes: a consistent solution set and an incremental solution set. For the consistent solution set, if the base scenario and the high scenario require the same solution within a predetermined time frame of each other, we'll consider this a consistent solution. So part of the reasoning here, and we will build this entire solution. And so part of the reasoning here is that because the solution showed up in both scenarios, we have more certainty that the solution is needed, and thus the risk of early capital deployment is reduced. And so for the incremental solution set, if the high scenario has solutions or the same solution but outside of that predetermined time frame, this is considered an incremental solution, and we have a detailed decision logic on the next slide that will apply. So we believe that this framework will allow us to retain the flexibility to reevaluate the investment plan through each annual distribution planning process, so that the adjustments can be made to any investment to be made to that in case the forecast or the grid needs change. All right, one sec. So this slide here is the decision logic that applies to the incremental solution set described on the previous slide. So this is how we plan to develop a single investment plan when comparing the two solution sets and focusing on the delta between the two solution sets. So just as a disclaimer, the slide says under development, and the reason here is that SE is still exploring all the other permutations that could occur between the base scenario and the high scenario. But this slide here shows just a few examples of where the base scenario had relatively modest grid needs and the high scenario had greater grid needs. And so jumping into an example here, so if the base scenario had no grid need, but the high scenario had a sub-circuit solution, we would just reassess this next planning cycle. The benefits here are that there is no early risk, there's no risk of early capital deployment. But let's say a base scenario had no grid need, but a high scenario did have a new circuit or more. So what we plan to do here is do some partial execution, or what we called it before, foundational scope execution. So if that grid need occurs in the first 5 years, we plan to build out to the first switch. And so what this means is that we will build the elements of this solution that are within a substation fence. So building out a new position, building out the circuit breaker, and getting all of the equipment ready out to that first switch outside of the substation. And so this could potentially reduce the lead time of future new circuits by approximately a year or 2 years. And these built assets could be repurposed for other load growth driven needs and increase operational flexibility if those original needs do not materialize. However, if we, in this specific scenario, if we see a grid need occurring in the latter 5 years, we will just reassess the next planning cycle. And so as we move down these examples, you'll see that the solution gets a little bit more robust each time as the high scenario solution is larger. And so in the next example, let's say the base scenario solution had a new circuit and the high scenario solution had the same new circuit from the base case, but an additional new circuit. And so in this particular case, if we know the location of the high cases load growth, so like the general area, we would plan to build out a new circuit mainline towards that load and stop it there. And then once that, in the next subsequent planning cycles, if that load growth does materialize from the high case, we would have very little time, or we would have, the time would be very little to interconnect that customer once they have an energization request. However, if we don't know where that high cases load growth area is, we would just build out to the first switch. And so again, these solutions retain the flexibility for us to repurpose these assets in case the original needs do not materialize. And so I'll just cover one more here. Let's say the base scenario had a new circuit. The high scenario had that same new circuit. It had an additional new circuit and potentially a new substation. And so we would build the common solutions from both scenarios, and then we would identify potential locations for a new substation. And so if the land is highly constrained, like in our metropolitan areas, we may actually acquire that land. And so the benefits here is that we, knock off a little bit of time from the entire project life cycle and have advanced planning for that land procurement. So, yeah, as you can see, the general approach here is to identify those incremental solutions from the high scenario, execute on what we call foundational scope elements that will give us that benefit to reduce the risk of insufficient grid capacity while being flexible enough to repurpose those other potential benefits and reduce the risk of early capital deployment. And as I mentioned before, part of SCE's scenario planning proposal is also to have a long-term vision, and SCE will continue to evolve our approach based on learnings from our initial implementation this next plan cycle, and as we are able to build out more robust technical capabilities to enable the following elements here. So we plan to move towards probabilistic forecasting, which would have a statistical distribution of forecasts generated by some statistical methods, potentially Monte Carlo simulations, and can include multiple scenarios selected from this distribution. We then would develop multiple investment plans or solution sets to meet the grid needs from each scenario, and then compare those across the different forecasts to understand the expected value from each of these investment plans. That would then allow us to select an optimal investment plan that would best balance the overall customer impact and societal cost of unserved energy, which could be the value lost during energization delays or unrealized regional economic development. So this slide here summarizes how SCE envisions the evolution of scenario planning and the steps we need to get to the long-term vision. So today we are performing a deterministic forecasting with a single forecast using the best available load information, developing high-level solutions, and then ultimately developing the investment grade plan that we will execute on. And the middle row represents the two scenarios that we plan to analyze in this initial implementation of scenario planning slotted for the next plan cycle. And then the last row here is our long-term vision that includes probabilistic forecasting, where we would analyze and consider multiple forecasts, have multiple solutions that we would optimize to select the investment plan to execute on. And so this is the end of my section. So are we waiting for questions or?
Yeah, I want to.
Oh yeah, sure.
Please feel free to put your questions in the chat. I saw a comment from Tam Hunt at GPI, and I just wanted, I'm going to back up a couple of slides. He was commenting on something I mentioned, and I appreciate your feedback, Tam, that about the nature of the risk being asymmetrical. Tam says, need rules for proactive planning. Well, I think we are working within this proceeding with Energy Division and stakeholders on that issue, but I do want to emphasize that SCE does not see a pathway where we underbuild. There's no recovery from underbuilding. That risk is too high. If we have insufficient grid capacity, that's going to lead to needing to accelerate in a way that may not be possible. And even if you do try to accelerate, the costs will be excessive. The labor, the materials are going to be much more expensive if you try to catch up after the fact. And just in the bigger picture of things, the reason we think proactive planning is so critical for the state is that you're not going to just slow down the customers you have. You're going to discourage the customers you didn't know you were going to have. And they are not going to be able to connect, and they're not going to be able to build, and they're not going to be able to grow the industries that are important to our state. So there is load coming, and some of that load we haven't even seen yet, and we wouldn't see if we don't anticipate it and do proactive planning and scenario planning. So I just wanted to emphasize that I do think that this supports state policy objectives, not just decarb, but support of electrification and all the industries that need that capacity. So we do look forward to continuing to work with the CPUC and stakeholders to provide the guidelines, the rules, but just want to emphasize how important proactive planning is to SE, and I think probably to many others as well.
Hi, this is Audrey Newman, advisor to Commissioner Houck. A couple of clarifying questions for SCE. First is, I just want to understand from the base scenario and where the IPER demand forecast fits in. So is SCE's current proposal that the base scenario would be above what the IPER demand forecast currently is, as it's incorporating pending loads as well?
Yes, that's correct. And that's also going to be dependent on the outcomes of the pending loads workshop as well.
And where then does the IPER demand forecast fit into your planning process?
So the IPER demand forecast fits into how we first start with our disaggregation of the IPER and adding on to our known loads and seeing where that fits, and then adding on top of that to the pending loads that we mentioned. So as required from, I think, 2018, we were required to use the IPER, and from then we've made adjustments where we have seen necessary through our distribution forecasting working group. And so does that answer your question? Sorry.
Sort of.
Okay.
But I can move on to my other question. So I just want to understand a little more on the incremental solutions, and apologies because this might have just been my poor listening. So is there a situation in which the base scenario identifies nothing, the high scenario identifies some sort of need, and then nothing is built?
Correct. So I think in the first example that I listed, the base scenario had no grid need. The high scenario had a sub-circuit solution, so like a very small solution. In that case, we would just reassess the next planning cycle.
Okay.
The reason why is because the timing to build that sub-circuit solution is relatively quick, but as we move to the larger solutions, such as a new circuit, that's when the lead time gets a little bit longer, and we want to cut down on that lead time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to jump in and just kind of follow up on that same line of question. So when you are having those larger grid needs identified in the high scenario that you would need to do some proactive planning for, you've mentioned that those the proactive parts that you would do immediately can be repurposed for other projects if that specific need does not show up. And I'm curious, how locationally specific is that repurposability? Is that only within the same substation fence, or is that something that you could remove from that substation and bring to another location?
Yeah, so I think it will depend on the solution. So for the incremental solution that, let's say that we had a, let's go back to the example of the new circuit in the base scenario, and the high scenario had an additional new circuit. So one of the proposed solutions here is building a position at the substation. So that means procuring a circuit breaker. That could just be repurposed for any grid needs that would occur in that substation that might require another new circuit. But for the one where we would build to the main line, when it gets out of the substation fence, we could potentially make a tie from a different circuit coming out of a different substation, depending on where that location is. So that's another way that it could be repurposed.
Just to make sure I've got that right, that is, it sounds like those would still be only at the same substation and not repurposing for a different substation.
I think it will depend on like the details, yeah, but mainly it could redistribute load within the same substation from different circuits, or if it's out far enough, we may be hitting a different substations, footprint.
Thank you.
To be respectful to online participants, I think we'll jump to the online participants who have their hands up, starting with Sylvie Ashford from Turn. Sylvie, you should have a request to unmute yourself so you can ask your question.
Sylvie Ashford with Turn. So I wanted to ask a follow-up about the relationship between these scenarios based on known impending loads and the CEC-IPER scenarios, because you started by saying the status quo is planning based on a single forecast, but that doesn't seem entirely accurate given the utilities are incorporating certain low, medium, and high inputs for different demand components from the IPER scenarios. So when you're layering these high and low pending load scenarios on top of the IPER, are you layering those onto the highest IPER transportation scenario, for example, or picking and choosing different scenarios for different demand components, or basically how do these scenarios interact?
I'll make one clarification before I phone a friend. And so what we mean by single deterministic forecast is that it's not probabilistic. And so I just want to make that distinction. But for the other part of your question, I'm going to have to phone a friend to any of my SCE colleagues or my IIU colleagues here.
So speaking of the IPER, at least for TE, there's just one scenario. And in terms of the scenario we're selecting, there is the local reliability scenario that we've generally used in the past couple of years. We anticipate using that this year, at least for SCE. So yes, we would be layering on top of that single TE scenario within the IPER. And I think just emphasizing the point that IPER plus some pending loads is our base scenario. So if we go back to, let me go back to this here. Yeah, we don't have the word IPER in here, but IPER essentially forms the base, and then we have additional categories that from pending loads. That's just as again background. That's a separate element of this high DR proceeding, and we're working on that, and we're going to have 2 advice letters due at the same time on pending loads and scenario planning. So they really go hand in hand. But what you can see here is that the pending loads is on top of is part of base, and it's on top of IPER. Do you have additional questions on that?
Looks like that was satisfactory. We have one more online question before we move back to the in-person attendees. We have a question from Cole. Cole, you should have a request to unmute yourself.
Environmental Defense Fund. If you could jump forward, I think 2 slides to the decision logic. A question on that middle column, solution identification. So it strikes me, and I think there was a mention early on in your presentation that you recognize the scenarios don't include a scenario on load flexibility. And within these solutions, I don't see anything in here on non-wire solutions or load flexibility or any sort of just non-infrastructure based solutions. So there's a difference between identifying a grid constraint and the solution to that grid constraint necessarily being a traditional wires grid upgrade. So I'm wondering if you can talk at all about how, if at all, alternative solutions like that may be considered in this process.
Sure. I mentioned this kind of in brief earlier. From SCE's perspective, mitigation, for instance, demand flexibility, is something that's going to be layered on top. And it could exist in the base scenario or it could exist in the high scenario. And so we're trying to actually kind of reorient the thinking a little bit about mitigation that we've seen previously in this proceeding. You don't see it listed on the slide, but that's not because we're not going to consider it. In fact, we're going to consider it for both our scenarios. And again, that's because mitigation, again, demand flex is what we're kind of thinking about it in this context. It can apply regardless of the need, regardless of whether you have high load or a base load. You can apply that mitigation, and it can have it can lead to savings and deferral. So I just want to make clear that although it's not in our slides, that is going to be part of our thinking, and we're going to be layering that in as we develop these scenarios. And we may have some more details on that in our advice letter that we'll be submitting in June. So it's not that we've forgotten about mitigation, definitely part of the story, but it's not part of just a high scenario. And from SCE's point of view, it's not part of a demand flex scenario.
Hi, it's Richard Coe from the Public Advocate's Office. I was interested in the point towards the end of your slides about coming up with multiple investment plans. I'd heard previously, I think it was from Bill at PG&E, a categorical statement that they can only ever come up with one investment plan. So I was kind of taking that as, you know, it's like we have multiple grid needs, but one investment plan. This is probably equally a question for PG&E, so maybe they can talk about it when they get to their bit. But yeah, I'm just interested in if you can expand on the multiple investment plans. Does that mean you've got design solutions for multiple different projects within that?
Yeah, so the multiple investment plans, it would be a step that wouldn't be investment grade yet. And so that's why we're able to generate, or we plan to generate those multiple investment plans. So I would not say that. I would say multiple solutions to the forecast developed by that automated script for us to be able to generate and then analyze those, you know, the expected value between all of those. And then after we pick which optimal solution would be, we would then create those investment grade plans. Think so? Okay.
I wanted to add a quick follow-up on demand flex. Another nuance that SCE is thinking about, and again, this is still in development, is where does demand flex show up? Does it show up in the load forecast because customers are choosing to flex their demand maybe based on rates? Or does it show up as a grid solution, something that we're going to affirmatively control as the distribution system operator? So that mitigation can come in two stages. And we're still working that out. We're really looking for input on that as well. But just want to make clear, it's not just a solution on the back end. It could be that mitigation actually is part of the forecast.
Gabe Petlin with the Energy Commission, or CPUC. If I understood what Ari and An, you both said, that load flexibility is just a given, and you're not looking at a load flexibility scenario and scenario planning. So it's sort of a static variable in that sense. And I'm still, I guess, trying to understand that because you know, for years, I think we've heard that it's like something with potential, right? It's potential to reduce costs, avoid the need for investment. And I think as we see it becoming a more widespread tool and a predictable tool or a manageable tool, I think the expectation is rising that, you know, how does it get incorporated into planning so that we can see some real, you know, ratepayer benefit? So perhaps this is going to be a theme throughout the day, but maybe we can continue this discussion on just how do we get the benefits of load flexibility showing up by, not by avoiding the need to build things based on those assumptions and ability to actually execute on those plans.
Thanks, Gabe. I think one of the things, we're maybe trying to change the conversation a little bit, but in the past, I think we've talked about a demand flex scenario. For instance, we're doing it in EIS Part 2 that would show you a certain dollar savings, and maybe that's something that the CPUC has in mind. I think we'll have to try to preserve that that number because that's an important number. What are the savings? Even as we reorient the conversation slightly to where does the demand flex show up? It shows up at maybe multiple points and in multiple ways. And so it does cloud the dollar denomination of the savings there. So we can continue to work with CPUC on how we track that. Because I know it's important. I know it's important to the CPUC to know, well, exactly how much are we able to save ratepayers through that demand flex. So yeah, we don't want to lose sight of that number. But we do think that we can evolve the conversation a little bit to think about, well, demand flex is something that layers on top, and it's not just, it layers at different points, maybe on the bottom, maybe on top, and it's not just, okay, dollar savings at the end.
There is one additional question in chat, but I think for the sake of time, that can either be addressed directly by SCE in chat during the other presentations or brought up during the joint Q&A time later.
Hello, my name is Mark Jimenez. I'm a distribution planning engineer with PG&E, and we're going to go into our view of scenario planning here. Advance the thing there. How's that? Is that good? All right. So we'll start out with some basics, and some of this stuff was already covered. And it seems to be some common themes here with scenario planning. We put a lot of thought and asked a lot of questions and surveyed people to try to figure out, what this really was. And, I think in the end, we're kind of getting to, similar places as others who have implemented this. But the first thing we had to come up with was a purpose. And so what is the purpose of scenario planning? So for PG&E, as mentioned before, our objective is to have one investment plan that can serve, a lot of different alternatives, right? And that means that we're creating projects that are going to be able to adapt. And so that could mean that you don't necessarily build you build your project in stages, or you can advance it or delay it. So you can, use those kind of things to make it adapt to the change. All in mind, we're keeping the customer's needs in mind. Energization timelines, that's a key item. We want to connect customers, in the timeline that they want and avoid delays. And some of those delays can occur when your projects are falling behind. Other considerations are ensuring the system is safe and producing or making a reliable system and affordability, as mentioned. So we came up with 3 objectives that we're trying to achieve through scenario planning. One is efficient cost spending. So we want to spend the money when it's the right time, when we need to install those facilities. We want to have confidence in what we spend in or what we're spending on, so that, so we could defend that and provide justification easily and transparently, and supporting timely, customer energization for both present and future customers. So those are the 3 core objectives there of scenario planning. So down below, we have some more bulleted items that are kind of more, it's a little level up in detail. So it's a little bit of explanation of how do we get to those core objectives. One is purchasing long lead materials. So some things take a long time to obtain, particularly transformer banks, things like 230 kV breakers. We've experienced a lot of increases in these lead times due to COVID. Some of that's coming back, but we don't really know if that would happen again and if we would have to, you know, be kind of constrained on what kind of materials that we could obtain. Proactive planning, designing substations, ensuring that, you know, we're installing distribution systems that are at a higher voltage level that can support more capacity. So that's changing lower voltage systems to higher voltage or installing higher voltage systems like 21 and 35 kV that support a lot more transportation of load across the system. Installing assets that can scale to higher growth. So this kind of gets back to how do you make a project that can serve a lot of different scenarios, right? And so what that means is in the design stage that you're evaluating the change that could occur, and then you're really planning to propose something that you think if needs to be go to a higher level that it can do that. Permitting, land purchase. I think this is one of the key items here, scenario planning. You know, building new substations, that clearly takes a long time. The permitting process takes a long time, it's expensive. So that's the kind of thing where you do want to try to get in front of that. It's definitely not something you want to do, you know, on a quick turnaround. So project planning and gating for construction and execution, that is a practice that where you can review your scope at different stages. So one would be prior to design. Another one can be as you get out of design, do you still need that? That's kind of taking, I think, a slide that Tyler had put up with the distribution planning process, and I think interjecting the evaluation of the forecast, you know, more or less all the way to the point where you're constructing. And once you construct, you know, it's kind of like that's the point of no return. But we want to continue to evaluate the forecast over multiple years, over multiple cycles as we build projects, so that we're ensuring that we still need that, and you know that kind of meets that slogan, the right scope at the right time. That's how we try to build projects. Develop one set of actionable solutions. So a lot of times we might look at a solution as something that solves a one thing in the forecast, one substation, one feeder, bank overload. But that kind of thing can be solved with multiple solutions. So sometimes, you know, you want to avoid putting too much scope in one project. And what we're saying there is, you know, we might consider phased approaches to projects with that long-term goal. And the framework of scenario planning involves three things in the forecast. So one is the feeder and bank load base. So this is getting to PG&E's proposal, what we thought would be a proposal for these three forecasts. And so that would be one thing that can be toggled up or down, the base forecast. The other is the DER and IPER selection. So one thing about the IPER that we have in our forecast today is that it's kind of a mix of scenarios itself. So it's, in a way, it is, you know, kind of a custom scenario. And, you know, I really couldn't tell you if that's, you know, which box that was in when we look back at those previous presentations. So I think some of the discussion around, well, how do you use the IPER, you know, that there may be a need to maybe have, you know, more IPERs created so we can have a greater selection, because right now there's their planning reliability. So, and they're not too different. But I think as well, you can kind of, you know, put together your own set of DER assumptions and create that vision of what you're trying to express in that high and low scenario. There's pending loads. So for us, you know, back to the pending loads workshop, for our base scenario, we consider the pending loads to be within the IPER for things that are considered to be in the IPER. So if something's not in the IPER, like in the past cycle, a data center was not in the IPER, then we'd feel comfortable adding that as incremental load in any scenario, because it really wasn't expressed as part of the standard forecast. Now, if it's in the IPER, like agricultural load is in the IPER, then we think that should be capped in a base scenario, but might be expressed differently in a higher low scenario. So that is one of the items that we'll see on the next slide that is going to be different in the forecast here. All right, so here's our scenario planning, high, medium, and low. And so the base scenario is sort of the business as usual, assuming that pending loads is approved. So this is where we take this base scenario that is IPER based. So this year, for example, if we did this, it would be the IPER reliability scenario in pending loads. And we would scope a project, right? So we'd build to that. And the plan for us is to take a look at other scenarios or sensitivities, right, is one of the way you can put them, to ensure that you're able to, one, serve all the customer load in a timely manner, the applications for service that are in front of you, and that project is able to adapt and can really meet higher demands, is flexible enough to meet higher scenarios. So this concept of toggling the base, that is one. The base is the feeder and bank loading, so there's different percentiles for that. The way it's done in LoadSeer is you can do like weather normalization, and you could select percentiles, and it'll give you a base of these different percentiles. But regardless of how LoadSeer would create that underlying base shape for a feeder or bank, using measured SCADA or using AMI data is another way to kind of create that viewpoint, and that's considering all the peaks of customers versus the average peaks of customers and stuff like that. So in a base, a maximum or 95th percentile would represent your highest customer loading. So that's what it would really reflect. In a lower base, a 50th percentile might represent the average loading. So this is not specifically saying that that is the scenario that we're going to study in this first round. I like the comments around that the low and the high should really be something where the utility says, well, this is kind of what I want to study, knowing that it's a new process, it can change. So I advocate for definitely for flexibility in those, and changing those throughout the years. But the base is not really the scenario that we really would want to change. That's pretty firm, and it'd be based on pending loads, the IPER, et cetera. So some of the things in our load scenario, I kind of have it stripped down that it's just the known loads and the pending load category A. So what would that mean if I took a look at that? So that would take the average feeder loading over a period of time, let's say 4 or 5 years for all the hours, the 8760, and it would layer in the full cost of the amount of capacity needed to serve existing customers that have applications for service. And then category pending loads A, which are high confidence loads, they're about to apply for service. So that's a viewpoint on, what could be a minimum forecast. Now that might not be enough, because you could say, well, if you took that approach, maybe you're not building enough. So the less you build, obviously you're going to take more risk. So another variant, I think, to that is kind of using some maybe lower assumptions within the IPER. I think lower DER growth for EV, lower AAFS growth, definitely candidates. Active management and stuff that comes out of the EIS, I think can be applied in the later years. Now, in the low scenario, I do think if you're going to produce a forecast, it has to be something that's realistic. So having the demand flex in the really early years of the forecast is something where I would say is not really that practical. But as you start getting into, 20, 35, and 40, when you think that technology or whatever is going to occur can materialize, it has its own time frame, right? Then I think that's a better spot in the forecast to have it. But I think that would be a good place where we're open to add those types of assumptions. Now, on the high scenario, that is, that can be a viewpoint difference in some of the DER categories. Like, for example, is we feel like the medium duty, heavy duty forecast a little bit light. Like, we don't really feel like there's a lot of energy in there for that category. And the reason is we're seeing applications and we have a lot of places identified. So if we had that viewpoint, then that'd be a place where we could say, well, we have the EIS study, we have customers trends that are supporting that, and that's a place where we could express a higher view in one of the categories. But in general, I agree that, you know, kind of a combination of DER assumptions that are different from, say, the IPER reliability scenario are something they could use in the low and the high. As far as pending load treatment, I see in the high scenario that they would not be capped by the IPER. So in our base scenario, like I mentioned, that if it's in the IPER, since that customer has not really, there's no specific timeline for them to come, then they would be capped, and it would be, I think, a lot like the IPER growth assumptions, right? You could use those type of conservative growth assumptions in your forecast. In the high, I think that's a place where you can use the full potential that the customer has expressed, because that would expose that high amount of connection capacity needed if that customer were to come and bring their application for service to you. So that's kind of a key item there, is the treatment of the pending loads, the changes in DR assumptions between these. And, you know, I think as you see here in the purpose and the use, the insurer is really to ensure that you're able to serve the customer, that you're kind of grounding your financial model in the minimum amount of investment needed to serve the customer. So that's the starting point. It's the minimum that you'll have to spend just to support people connecting. And that is assessed against the base. So assessing against the base, you're saying when you're looking at your solution that you create based on the base, well, is it a little bit above the minimum? Well, maybe, and because that's smart planning, right? If you install assets, you want to, when you're doing work, you want to optimize that work, and you want to get the most capacity out of the work you're doing, because it costs a lot to have people build stuff at the substation, right? And you're designing. So when you have that project momentum going, and someone has, applied for service, and it's driving that project, I think that's when you might select something a little bit above. So I think oftentimes a project based on the base scenario is going to be a little bit more than the minimum, because we commonly, try to capture these efficiencies during construction. Now the high scenario, that would be the upper boundary of where we think an area can go, where the forecast is going. And so, we'd want to assess our solution and say, well, is it able to scale to that? If not, are we really proposing the right solution if it can't scale? So that's how we would use that. So single investment strategy. So I think that all can be done having one investment plan. So there's a little bit of a nuance here between solutioning and alternatives and having an investment plan. So investment plan strategy, I think, is more where you said, this is my solution. I've already looked at alternatives, and I've decided to take this route, and I feel like the justification is there, and this is the best value. So you're proposing something at that point that you think is the best value for the customer, because you're getting the most, and you have more opportunity to connect, all those things. When you're still solutioning, when you're trying to solve for overloads, I think that's more where you're looking at different alternatives. So it's pretty common to look at multiple alternatives when you're trying to solve an overload, right? There's usually more than one connecting substation, so you have choices to serve it from substation A, substation B. You can decide whether to reconductor the line or add new circuits. So there's a lot of alternatives that you go through just when you're trying to figure out what to build. But all that should result in one single investment plan that you have confidence in, that you're willing to execute, that you can either move up or slow down as needed, or add more to if that happens, or if the loads come. So next we have an example, and I'm going to hand it off to Tom.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Just want to do a couple notes here. It's like when we look at our base too, and great job, Mark. When we look at our base, when we look at our base, I want you guys to know that our base is not our low forecast or our low IPER, right? Our base is what we're planning for and what we designed. Then as we look at the other scenarios, we're sort of ensuring, are we meeting those low scenarios, those customers' timelines, especially to get them there, get them connected, and then adapting, again, like those keywords there is adapting our plan to accommodate a future so that we don't overspend. And I want to keep you guys thinking about our three purposes, right? Cost efficiency, meeting customer timelines, and confidence in spending. That helps us get to the spending that we want to do in our scenario planning, and essentially inform our single investment strategy. So what I'm going to go over here is an example. Sorry, poor coloring here, poor coloring choices. What I want you guys to focus on is this is an example. And so what I don't want you guys to think of this is like, this is always going to be true. At this top portion here where you see the distribution planning process, what I want you to think about is an example overloaded distribution line in bank. And the sort of the distribution planning arrow that you're seeing is how we plan at different levels. We plan at the distribution line level, we plan at the distribution substation, then we look at it in sort of an area of where we're looking to upgrade, and then of course to the transmission system. So here in this example of an overloaded distribution line and bank, the base scenario, again, we start from the base. The base scenario is maybe we got to replace the distribution line, maybe we need a new 45 MVA bank and a new feeder outlet, right? So that's the base of where we start, and it costs us $18.7 million, let's just say. When we look at the other scenarios, the low and the high, how does that change in terms of where our purposes are, right? So in the low scenario, we could get away with just replacing the distribution line. Maybe it's the same line, same amount of line sections, but we can also get away with, instead of a 45 MVA, we can replace it with a 30 MVA, and we could not install a feeder outlet. That costs us $15 million, very close to the 18 or the base scenario cost that we're talking about, right? But it may not get us some of the other some of the things that we're talking about in terms of purposes, and I'm going to go in that in a little bit later. And then when we look at the scenario 3 or the high scenario, there's a bunch of things that we could do, and there's a bunch of things that we can identify, right? A new substation, a new tie feeder. Those are the two additional things that you see in that third scenario, right? But the estimated cost could be extreme. And as Mark had mentioned, it includes a lot of work, permitting, getting a lot of lead time materials. Moving that type of project takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of capital investment as well. And so maybe there was a lot of pending loads, that was in that high scenario, that's driving up that example or this example. And so again, when I talked about those three, or when Mark mentioned those three purposes, what I want you to know is that we're asking ourselves some questions here. So when we talk about, does it prioritize near-time customer energization, we're asking ourselves, PG&E, can it meet the timeline to energize our known loads? Can it meet the timeline to energize our pending load A's and B's? And are any of the customers flexible in their timelines? So these are just normal questions that we ask ourselves. When we look at, does it prioritize long-term cost efficiency, we're asking ourselves, does the project scope include the minimum upgrade? Is there very minimal increments that we can do to get a better cost efficiency? In regards to the confidence, is the utility confident in the scenario? Well, are any of the solutions the same throughout the three scenarios, right? Can PG&E design to stages? So a lot of us kind of mentioned stage gates, right? So before we actually construct, is there opportunities for us to design and then make a decision later on whether or not we want to execute? And then is the scope of the project dependent on one load, one application? So we're asking ourselves, is that the case? And so when we look at we're really assessing these risks, and what I want you to know here is that these yeses and nos, these are examples, right? And so when we look at this example, scenario 2, does it prioritize near-term customer energization? Yes. Does scenario 2 prioritize long-term cost efficiency? Yes, yes, it does. is the utility confident in the scenario that we're spending in? Yes, because we're spending on category A and B pending loads, right? In scenario 1, this is where things become different as in scenario 1 and scenario 3. Scenario 1, yes, we're still prioritizing near-term customer energization. As Mark had mentioned, our low is just looking at where is the known loads, where is the pending load, the pending loads that we're confident that's going to be energized, right? Does it prioritize long-term cost efficiency? No, because it's potentially looking at just short-term, right? We're investing in a 30 MVA bank, but the reality is what's the probability that we actually that we need a 45 MVA and a new feeder outlet, right? So the other thing is the utility confident in the scenario and planning? Yes, sure we are, because we're confident in the pending load that's going to come in, right? Pending load A and known loads, we're confident that we can spend $15 million and get those applications to go through. Scenario 3 is about like long-term, right? And so does it prioritize, again, we're asking ourselves these 3 purposes, does it prioritize the near-term customer energization? Potentially no. And the reason why is because we're focused on long-term investments. Our substation assets can take a long time. And so if we're looking for a permit, that could be delaying some of these customers that may be a year out or 2 years out. Again, this is an example. I don't want us to all think that, oh, you have a whole bunch of pending loads that's 5 years out, 8 years out, right? That could be the case. Does it prioritize long-term cost efficiency? Sure, yes. And then also, is the utility confident in the scenario and flooding? Yes, because we're proactive. We're doing it proactively for the long-term investment. Again, those 3 key words that Mark had highlighted: designing, ensuring, and adapting, and then assessing, right? Those are some things that are helping us create that single investment strategy. And so those risk assessment questions that I said earlier, those are the questions that we're asking ourselves there. In the scenario or the solution, right, we're sort of looking at it from a benefit and risk. When we look at the base scenario, we've selected it because it meets the customer timelines. And we're highly confident in the loads that is going to materialize. The cost for incremental work is minimal, significantly less than for us to come back and say, hey, let's replace this 30 MVA bank with a 45. It costs us significantly to rework that. And that's something that I think all of the IOUs are not going to be so aligned with, right? We want to be cost effective with what we do, and we want to be proactive. What are the risks? Well, of course, the risk is in the consideration of the pending loads, right? And so if there is additional upgrades that is needed for the pending loads, that's the risk for pending load B, mainly. But there is still, of course, risk in known loads as well as pending load A, because they could still withdraw from their applications, right? With that said, I just wanted to cover quickly the guardrails, the risk and guardrails. I kind of mentioned a bit of it already, but you know, PG&E risk in the framework that we're proposing is really lies in the pending load categorization that we did in March, and the confidence that we proposed there, the accuracy of our IPER forecast, as well as the customer application withdrawals, right? Customers, again, can withdraw at any point, known loads, pending load A or B. We also believe our guardrails rely heavily on our pending load categorization, so the framework that we proposed earlier. There are things that we did mention as well, which is like stage gating, which is allowing projects to be de-scoped when there is a cancellation of a pending load, right? So prior to going into construction, we could assess like, does our pending load applications, did any of them withdraw, and does that change our scope? So is there an ability for us to change our construction designs to adapt to what has been withdrawn, right? So those are some things that we can do. And that is it. Any questions?
Hi, Audrey Newman again with Commissioner Houck's office. Just a couple more clarifying questions similar to what I asked SCE. So I guess first is on the base scenario. I just want to clarify, is this, and on the low scenario, are both of these below the IPER cap, or are they incremental to what the IPER demand forecast is including?
So generally, the base is a combination of the loads that are above the IPER in the early years. And then when there is, and then, some reconciliation method. So either the total IPER at the end is coming to that same number at the end of the year 2040, for instance, or in the next cycle, it's going to be, it's able to exceed the IPER in the years where you have more known loads than the IPER, and then continue with the IPER growth trend in the subsequent years. So I would say the base scenario would be within the IPER. It would be reconciled in historical practices, or it would be above the IPER annually if needed based on the next cycle. So that's what we're going to move to. So technically, I think both of them are be considered within the IPER.
And the low scenario, just so I understand maybe the distinction there.
The low scenario, I think, will be a different IPER. I mean, you'd have to, I think, recreate. If you were to use an IPER for the low scenario, well, one option is you don't use an IPER at all. You just say, well, my growth assumption is 0. I'm not going to have PV, not going to have EV, right? It's a status quo. I have my load today, and then I have my loads. That's what I need to build to, right? It's a it's kind of a high-risk assumption, right, if you do that. But another way to do it would be to create kind of a more custom IPER. I think the planning IPER is supposed to be a little bit less load, but to me, they're not that far apart to really use that planning in the low scenario. I think you'd have to use something else, or maybe like a different assumption in AAFS that, it's maybe 50% of what the IPER is, or use some, scenario 1, which is a really low AAFS, not so aggressive.
So this would be a PG&E generated scenario that differs from the IPER, but would be overall below what the overall IPER cap would be.
Well, I think when they make the IPER, they have a bunch of different sub-scenarios.
Sure.
And so I think a sufficient sub-scenario would need to be created that's different enough to model a lower risk scenario in growth. So that doesn't quite exist today.
Is this dependent on what CEC generates in its next IPER?
I think they could, if they wanted to, produce some low IPER.
Just because this is for the 25-26 cycle.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be available in the coming cycle because that doesn't exist. So if we were to have that as the practice, I think we'd have to customize an IPER and, put columns together and to create some lower forecast view.
So then for the 25-26 cycle, what would be included?
We haven't quite determined yet. We're kind of just going through the ideas and trying to understand, what the possibilities are. We've come here to listen and hear, what some of the other suggestions are. So I think when we get to the advice letter, we're going to probably lay out, we should be more firm on what we would consider in the low. But at a minimum, it would be no IPER.
Okay. And then I guess my other question is around, I think the slide that you had around, long-term cost efficiency, the yes, no, yeah, that one. I guess I want to understand, first, how's PG&E measuring long-term cost efficiency? How is that determined? And then I think the other one, apologies, I can't. And then how do you measure, confidence in that scenario planning? And then I think the follow-up question to that would also be, I think what I'm not fully understanding from this slide is, what happens in the situation where, one scenario is identifying something, another scenario is not, then how do you determine what's built, what's not built, what goes into that investment plan?
Yeah, it's quite complicated, and this example is exposing maybe one thing that could have happened, but at the time when you're solutioning, you have to consider a wide variety of circumstances. And so, there might be 10 things that you look at, like what sizes of transformers are available. So you know, because transformers are sized discretely, you know, you don't really have a lot of subsizes for different voltages. So you kind of look at the equipment that's available to install. You look at your forecast, how far, you know, if you're solving to the 5-year, you might look a little further out. You might try to look to see if there's growth trends in the area, like open farmland that you think it could be zoned for residential where you see expansion, and vice versa. You might look at an area that's really constrained, doesn't really have a lot of opportunity for growth, right? It's mountainous, you know, there's a lot of trees, it's a forest, not obviously gonna be a high growth area. So those are just a lot of kind of decision-making that occurs. It's, you know, just part of kind of developing a lot of expertise in scoping. And what happens at PG&E is, you know, the engineer will develop that project and then they'll work with the senior and then it gets approved and then it goes through a lot of layers. So there's a lot of levels of review. So although it's not explicitly laid out, the levels of review at the different stages really kind of ensure that we're considering all the viewpoints for cost effectiveness.
It would be helpful if in the advice letter that's explicitly laid out and the methodology is clear.
Hi, Emily Clayton. I'm in the Transportation Electrification team at the Commission. You mentioned, I just kind of looking for clarification around how demand flexibility is fitting into the scenario planning. You said it wouldn't be, you know, so much featuring into the earlier years of the forecast as the technologies are not ready, so maybe somewhere around 2030, 2040. Can you just expand upon how you see it fitting in? Thanks.
Yeah, I think active management is one of the areas where that's something that we're taking a look in the EIS study, but really there's nothing today that is active that's implementable. So I really couldn't say that I would use that in the next 3 to 5 years because that's not something that's available. But however, in maybe 10 years, you know, or 5 years, that may become available. And I think it'd be more prudent to put that in the later years of the forecast, assuming it has some timeline for implementation. And I think that will go for any type of hardware-based active management would be like something that you're connecting to devices and managing. There's not a lot of stuff right now where we have control of. So those types of things need to materialize to really bring them into the short term where they're really competing against projects that we want to construct in the next 5 years. And so if those things aren't available, then it's hard to argue that they are, you know, something that should offset a project in your forecast.
So to clarify then, you're not planning to include demand flexibility?
No, I think they can be in the later years of the forecast. It goes to 2040, so 15 years, a lot can happen. So I think, I don't know, midway to the end of the forecast, I think is a good place for it. It leaves a lot of runway for things to materialize that are implementable.
Yeah, what I'll just add additionally is that I think our view is that there's a bit of uncertainty on load flexibility and what in sort of short term, what it can do. And until sort of our EIS, until we get further information, I think what we've put in here, what our proposal is it could consider it. But until we have more information about how we can manage and utilize load flexibility in sort of this longer term, then we can see how it assesses in our scenario planning, and we can work our framing of it, work it within our framework. For the time being, I think there's still a lot of questions of how that load flexibility can really impact our scenario planning, so decision making.
Richard Coe from the Public Advocate's Office. I just wanted to build off some of Audrey's questions. We've heard a bit about the interaction between the IPA scenarios and scenarios that the IOUs come up with, particularly going through the pending load framework. And I noticed, just thinking about this slide in particular, where there's different time scales of investments here. Is there scope for the IOUs to work with the CEC to help develop CEC scenarios, given that they are, at least historically, what the IOUs have used in their distribution planning?
There's nothing initiated yet, but I think it's a solid idea. So, right, Tyler, we haven't initiated any discussions like that, right? So we haven't initiated any discussions to create more IPERs to support this scenario planning, largely because we're just kind of talking about, but I think, yeah,
I guess what I'm saying is, like, is there a world where the CEC could be the guardian of the scenarios? IOUs who have their own ideas about scenarios feed them into the CEC, probably practical, maybe only in the medium to long term, but...
Well, it'd certainly be a lot less work for us. We didn't have to, you know, invent them. However, we would want to agree with them. I think that would be useful for us to work together to say, well, okay, here's reasonable scenario assumptions to model, you know, and then the IPER does change a little bit from year to year. So, you know, one of the issues is the stability of the IPER and the assumptions that go into it. So I think we'd want to kind of identify, you know, something that can be used for that, and then agree that it works and it does really, you know, mitigate that risk that you're trying to mitigate in the scenario planning. But yeah, I think it's a lot different than Minnesota, because Minnesota didn't have a body that created so here we have the IPER. So, you know, and I think I had mentioned that the current IPERs we have, the planning reliability, are probably not enough to do scenario planning. We would have to create our own in the next cycle, because there's nothing to draw from. And I don't think we have all those categories, all the different categories of the DERs. I don't think any of that stuff was published. So more information would need to even come out for us to consider how to build that lower scenario than we have today.
Before we move on, we have one question in chat from Sylvie, who asks, how would PG&E provide transparency into cost comparisons and risk-benefit evaluations, like the example that was shared?
Well, I think it's a good call out that some of this, you know, is unclear. And I think a lot of it's unclear because, you know, it's hard to understand, you know, how to scope projects and, you know, what to do and how these practices work. So, you know, I think we can expose kind of the processes that we use to make the decisions, but a lot of the stuff's really custom. So you can't really have like this specific key credit framework that can work for these projects, because they have, each one of these, a larger project, they have so many variables that, you know, you're not able to do that. So, you know, I would say that if you had, like, example, you'd have to consider every variable that a project would consider. Well, does it have a Caltrans? Is it crossing a river? Is it going under a freeway? You know, how much space do you have? You know, do you have land in the substation? So, I mean, every project is kind of like a custom thing. So it just makes it difficult to, you know, create this tree of decisions, you know. So I think kind of understanding, you know, maybe kind of getting out there and informing about, you know, what are really the challenges that you face, you know, what does that look like? You know, kind of learning about, you know, what an engineer would do, and, you know, how the senior would assess that and try to use the data they have. But, you know, like I said, it's not really easy to have a framework that says, well, this is my decision tree, or else you really wouldn't need, you know, a lot of people making judgments on how to build stuff. So.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. This is Jessica Tellez, the High DR case manager for PG&E. I was just saying that there are also existing regulatory processes that provide insight and transparency into our processes, such as the GNA and the DUPR, which outlines our distribution planning process. We have the distribution forecast working group, where we discuss our scenarios and our disaggregation process, the DPAG, which happens later in the year, where we also provide insights into the projects that are selected. So there is already a reasonable degree of transparency built into the process, but to Mark's point, you know, some of it relies on the institutional knowledge of the local engineers, and there's just no way to, you know, crack open their brains and provide insights into that. So to the extent that we can, we lay out our processes in the regulatory filings that we provide.
For the sake of time, we're going to move on to San Diego and then save some of the questions from the chat to the open discussion.
Hi, everyone. I'm aware our presentation is standing between you and lunch, and I apologize for that, and thanks for patience. I am hungry too. All right, actually forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ely. I am the Decision Planning Policy Manager for SDG&E. I'm here joined by my colleague Wasim from our forecasting team, and also you already met Zach from earlier presenting the regulatory slide, also from SDG&E. To recap SDG&E scenario planning approach on a high level. So with any changes coming through the decision planning process, there is inevitably going to be a lot more studies and methodology development, and also changes into how we currently produce the decision planning grid needs and solutions. So as SDG&E, we are designing how to implement this commission directive on implementing scenario planning. We consider the following factors while developing our approach. So the first one is that we want to ensure that our implementation would be developed in a way that boosts efficiency by optimizing the use of our existing tools and processes, and also part of that process, identify how can we improve the tools and processes to support scenario planning. Second of all, as we are implementing and evaluating how to change our existing process to perform the additional scenarios, we want to ensure that we're streamlining that process to minimize cost impact to support affordability. Again, I think the presentation earlier from Hawaii Electric has highlighted how studying additional scenarios inevitably is going to need to additional time and resource needs among the engineers to digest those scenarios, come up with the scenarios that's reasonable, and also performing those studies. So we are really mindful of that in developing our approach. And last but not least, which is a principal objective, I think all the other utility colleagues have highlighted today, is that we want to ensure that we still consistently enhancing our grid readiness to meet the electrification needs of our customers and our communities. And that's the principal objective of distribution planning processes, and we want to maintain that as we implement scenario planning to further enhance that. All right, getting to the scenarios that SDG&E is proposing and the purposes of those scenarios. Disclaimer, we are developing our scenarios and proposing our approach based on the pending law proposal that SDG&E presented a few weeks ago. So starting with the base scenario. So for SDG&E, our base scenario is going to be selected based on the IPER scenarios with the alternative load modifier. So I am aware that it's a little confusing sometimes to talk about the IPER scenarios and the base scenarios. So maybe a more accurate way to describe that are, IPER forecast elements, right? So when we, every May-ish, we look at the sort of scenarios and the forecast elements proposed by IPER and pick the ones that's realistic to meet our needs and propose that as the IPER scenario to be used as the base. And certainly as we go through the planning process, we reconcile the IPER scenario selected and, with the known loads information and pending load information starting with the last cycle that we just started. And for SDG&E, just as a reminder, based on our pending load proposal, the alternative load modifier that for what we have proposed for the 2024-2025 cycle is the medium duty, heavy duty forecast, and that's becoming our base scenario that we're proposing here as a starting point for our forecast. So certainly as the base scenario, this scenario will serve as our base forecast for the distribution planning process. This also means that when it comes to modeling our distribution system and studying the system, this base will become the base for developing those models and for engineers to do the additional analysis based on the scenario. So next is the alternative scenario and scenario one. So this scenario 1 is going to be developed, based on the base scenario, but for what's kind of different here is that we will be assessing the base scenarios with the alternative equipment thermal capacity limits. So to put it more like sort of on a numbers terms, that what we will do is that we will be assessing the first 3 years for the circuit needs and first 5 years for the bus needs to identify those needs that would be evident when the circuit reaches before the circuit reaches 100% of equipment thermal capacity. I'll cover more on the next slide on the details in the initial implementation, the 2025 to 2026 DPP cycle, to show you where we're thinking in some of the specifics there. So the purpose of this scenario, which I just want to call back to you, I think present a slide that Tyler presented earlier on the regulatory background, right? Our view of the scenarios is not for them to compete with each other. So the alternative scenario is not looking to be done to compete with the base scenario. They're looking to help us flag the needs, identify in the base scenario that warrants additional assessment. So putting another word, this scenario 1 particularly is helping us to understand what are some of the circuit needs and bus needs and some of the bus and circuits are already near the capacity. So although it's not fully at 100%, those are the ones that we should take another look and do further analysis and to see any of the needs that warrant, additional solutioning and to move it up to the base scenario. So scenario 2, I would say the purpose is very similar, right? It also aims to flag the needs identified in the base scenario that warrants that additional assessment. The difference here between scenario 2 and scenario 1 is that this one we do propose this one to be an alternative IPER scenario. So like I mentioned earlier, that the terminology is a little confusing here, but ultimately what we're thinking about this scenario is that this will be selected based on alternative IPER forecast elements. In other words, this is going to be something similar to what Mark was describing earlier. As we did look at what's available and what's provided by IPER, we pick out sort of what's either a lower or higher in certain circumstances, what makes sense as an additional IPER combination of the forecast element that we're studying to also perform this assessment to flag those needs identified in the base scenario that warrant additional assessment. So that's why we're calling this the alternative IPER scenario as a distinction from the base scenario, because that's what we ultimately selected and proposed for DPP. All right, so the way we feel logically that makes the most sense for myself and my team is to walk through how we solution these multiple scenarios through the step-by-step process. So starting with the first bullet, which is kind of like a scope description, right? We want to focus on circuit and bus needs. And for those of you familiar with the distribution planning process, you would know that previously or traditionally, we identify the 3-year line segment needs and the 5-year circuit and bus needs. And beginning with the 2025 to 2026 DPP cycle, which is where scenario planning implementation is going to start, there's an extension to that, right? The line segment needs remain at 3 years, but the circuit and bus needs is going to be expanded to at least 10 years. So that's sort of the base of our proposal here, but we do not feel like the additional scenarios really has a meaningful outcome on the line segment needs. We think it's most reasonable to be studying those additional scenarios and assessing those needs for the circuit and bus needs. So as kind of a step process, right, step 1, which is what has been happening in previous cycle 2, is we'll assess all the components and information published by CEC. And upon assessment, we will select the most appropriate for SDG&E, right? And that's through the existing demand selection process. We'll submit the letter for approval, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to become the base scenario, which is going to be the foundation for all the steps following that. And in addition to that, following the proposal that I just presented on the last slide, we will be using that to produce the scenario 1 and also looking through what IPER produced to see if we can find or pick a scenario 2 that's also reasonable to study. And with scenario 1 and scenario 2, where scenario 1 is fundamentally it's the scenario base case scenario, just study it a little differently with different planning standards. And scenario 2 being the alternative forecast, we will use those to flag the needs that warrants additional assessment. what we're trying to say here is that just because we're identify like additional needs or some of the needs are shifting in years where it show up, like for example, if a need showed up in base case in year 6 and showing up in like year 3 in scenario 1, that doesn't necessarily mean we're just gonna flat out like initiate those needs or build a project based on that. What we'll have to do is we'll have to do a case-by-case review on each of those needs that are showing up in common and across these base scenarios and the additional scenarios. And those assessment is going to be based on some of the factors that, we listed here on the slide. For example, we want to make sure we check the overall sort of load growth that we see in the general area. Are we seeing a lot of growth in the area of the needs that's identified by the scenario 1 and 2? Are there a lot of community development and expansion that we're aware of, either based on conversation that's happening with the community of what's kind of happening on the general trends? And next, also important is to review what kind of system configuration we're seeing currently with these circuits. For example, like is the circuit that has this additional need identified connected to circuits that have, how many ties do we have on these circuits, right? Are there opportunities for switching? And the circuits that tie to the circuit that we're interested, are there already a lot of loading on those circuits that's connected, which limits the opportunity to further transfer. So just overall review of the system configuration. And finally, we also wanted to take a look at the historical and future customer requests that we're seeing on the circuits and the general area to see like, okay, similar to the first bullet, right? Are there a lot of growth? Are there a lot of customers in this area looking to electrify? Just all of these plays into this case-by-case assessment of each of these needs for us to sort of figure out, okay, what are the needs that identify in the base case as informed by scenario 1 and 2 that are important needs that we need to start developing planning solution for. Again, maybe thinking like a little bit on the time horizon. So what we're trying to get at is, for example, comparing base to scenario 1, right? If a need is showing up in, let's say it's a circuit need and showing up in base case in like year 7, but in the scenario 1 is showing up in say year 3. So we don't necessarily have to say initiate a project or even create a full solution for a circuit need that's showing up in year 7, right? Because it's not even, we have time to continue to assess that and develop the solution for that. But if the high needs or the alternate scenario is showing up this particular needs in year 3, and this is a highly congested area, like for example, say like it's in downtown San Diego, it's near the border, we see a lot of like additional EV needs and a lot of growth, this might make sense to be a potential, like let's maybe solution this a little sooner to make sure that, we can have the solution ready when we actually have a customer project coming in, because in all reality, like maybe just one known load can trigger that threshold of 10% really quickly, and we'll immediately need to build the circuit. And at that point, it will be too late because we haven't initiated this project timely for that. So those are the type of the needs that we're looking for through this assessment to be able to utilize the scenario 1 and 2 almost as like supplemental to the base case to help us to find those projects that has the most risk of not being able to build timely, if you will. All right, so moving on to the potential implementation that we're currently considering in the 2025-2026 DPP cycle, starting with the base scenario. So tying back to our pending load proposal, this would be the 2024 IPER forecast elements that we select, reconcile with the known loads and the pending loads from SDG&E's proposal. And when it comes to upgrade horizon, like I was mentioning earlier, because this proposal is going to start with the 2025-2026 DPP, so as mandated by the decision, we do need to produce the line segment needs for 3 years, and for circuits and bus needs, it's going to have to be 10 years. So for the scenario 1, what we're thinking is that, like I was mentioning, right, we really want to identify these near circuit and bus capacity, like near thermal capacity type of needs. So we wanted to assess the base scenario, evaluate against 90% equipment thermal capacity for the first 3 years for the circuit and the first 5 years for the bus. So again, the purpose here is to be able to identify those needs that's already showing up in the base scenarios, but just because it's also showing up in the scenario one, it's basically telling us, hey, you have a higher risk that you may need to initiate the project sooner or develop the solution, or more accurately is like, please further assess this particular need to see what would make the most sense from like ensuring that you have this infrastructure ready when needed. So as for scenario two, I think that, other colleagues already talked about it. For the 2025 to 2026 DPP cycle, so far we haven't really identified sufficient variation within IPER to propose a alternative scenario to do this particular scenario two. So in, looking at, a lot of questions from the audience asking about like how does load flux fit into this, right? Demand flux fit into this, and how does CEC's work fit into this overall framework that we're proposing. So the way SDG&E think about is, right, there's a lot of work occurring today within the demand flux potential tool discussion for the SB 100 work that CEC is working on. In our view, like once that becomes like, fully developed and fully baked out and fully baked into the IPER, potentially like say starting with 2025 IPER or 2026 IPER, that could become a potential implementation of the scenario too, because then we would have enough like sort of differences to assess if there makes sense to do another scenario to, again, supplement the base scenario to help with that assessment. We just don't have that at the moment. And to Mark's point, like there's not enough publication, right? Most of the alternative scenarios or forecasting elements that CEC currently include in the IPER doesn't really have the hourly files accompanying them for us to do any assessment or use for the DPP planning purposes. So that's why we don't have a scenario two proposed for the 2025 to 2026 DPP implementation. All right, I think that's my last slide. Any questions?
Yes, we have a hand up from Alex. Alex, you should have a request to unmute yourself. It looks, oh, Alex is here. There you go, Alex.
No question for me.
Thank you for that. Then we do have a question from Khalil Johnson asking, can you clarify what you mean by sufficient variation within IPER? Also, what would that variation trigger and alternative scenario?
So by sufficient variation in IPER, I really just refer to like another IPER, like forecasting, another set of forecasting elements that's available that's different enough from the IPER that we will end up picking. So today, like if you look at IPER hourly files, there's really not much like additional detail that's provided that's different enough from the IPER that we typically pick, which like my colleague mentioned, it was typically the IPER local reliability scenario that we chose. So that's really why there's not enough distinction for us to do an additional IPER scenario at this time.
I have a couple clarifying questions. I guess first, how are you selecting which IPER scenario, and adding on to that, for the base scenario, if you're utilizing a certain IPER scenario, which is top down, and then you're proposing to layer on your bottom up medium and heavy duty forecast, what is your approach to doing so?
Yeah, so to your point that the IPER currently is a top-down scenarios. So that's, part of the challenge over the years is using a top-down scenarios into like the DPP process, which we really have to address all the local needs. So as we proposed in our pending load proposal and the discussions, the way we address the reconciliation between the IPER, for example, medium duty component and the medium duty, heavy duty bottom up forecast that SDG&E produced is that we first sort of aggregate all our bottom up forecasting up. So we're really looking at the same level, right, the system level, and then we compare the two sets to see which one's higher. So in the situation that we did this assessment for 2024 and 2025 cycle, and our bottom up forecast of medium duty exceeds the IPER. So what we end up doing is that now it exceeds it, we swap out the medium duty, heavy duty component forecast within the AAT and TE section within the IPER, which are the TE related medium duty, heavy duty forecasts. And so we use our bottom up forecast in lieu of that. So effectively, the difference between the two sets of forecasts is SDG&E's pending load, if you will, from a definition perspective. But that's kind of how we handle it for 2024 and 2025 cycle.
So aggregating up and then disaggregating the full forecast?
No, so we didn't really, so because we aggregated up to the system level to do the comparison, right? Once we decided that, hey, our confidence in our medium duty, heavy duty being the right forecast is high and this exceeds IPER, so we want to use our own medium duty, heavy forecast. Now we don't really need to disag our medium duty, heavy forecast, right? Because it's bottom up. So what we end up doing is that we then aggregate it up to each circuit to identify the circuit level forecast, and then we model the circuit level forecast in our forecasting tool Lowseer and use that as the planning baseline.
Sure. And then still disaggregating the system level IPER forecast out, excluding the medium and heavy duty?
Yes, yes. The rest of the components still get disaggregated and used for our forecast.
Okay. Thank you.
If anyone has any questions that they felt were unanswered in the chat or questions from earlier, I encourage you to raise your hand so that you can be unmuted and ask your question directly so that we don't miss them. We have a question from Tam Hunt. Tam, I will unmute you or request to unmute you. Tam, we see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, yeah. Hi, Tam Hunt, GPI. I asked the question in the chat about the very high levels of AI data center demand coming up. PG&E, for example, announced in February 5.5 gigawatts of new applications by 2030 for AI data centers. This, of course, is a massive amount of new demand. Could PG&E and others comment on how they are incorporating this new demand into their planning scenarios and how it affects, in particular, distribution as well as transmission?
So I'll say I'm not familiar with that, but we're using the IPER, so I think I need to see data on what that is to try to understand how would it impact. So I can evaluate it for sure, but I don't have a specific solution how to incorporate it.
And then we have a question from Khalil, I believe directed at SDG&E, asking, I think I heard that scenario one only assesses infrastructure 3 years out. Why not longer? Sorry if I misheard.
Yeah, so maybe two reasons. The first reason is that as we're thinking about, the scenario one to supplement base scenario, when it comes to circuit needs, those typically take 1 to 3 years to build out. And the bus need typically takes 3 to 5 years. So we consider this first 3 years is the biggest risk for not able to build the circuits in time. And same thing for buses, the first 5 years is, the years that present the biggest risk. So it makes the most sense to start with those and to see, how many needs we get, how big of an effort it's going to take to address those needs in the planning process, et cetera. And second level is building on top of that, right? It's a practical issue, right? It's a lot of work to produce these needs. So for efficiency, it's also to ensure we're spending the time where it's most needed. We felt like the 3 years and 5 years are most appropriate to propose for circuit and buses.
I believe we have just one or two more slides to wrap up the utilities portion, and then we'll jump into broader Q&A with the time that we have remaining before lunch.
Just in the sake of time, do you want us to, continue with that, or do you want to come back after lunch to do the Q&A?
We'll have time in the afternoon for a lot more questions and answers, but if we can get through some of the questions that we have in the time remaining before 1 p.m., that'd be best.
That's fair. Yeah, no one has left the room due to being hungry too much, so I think we're good for now. All right, I'm not hearing any question for SDG&E, so I'm just going to cover the last joint slides, right?
Sorry. We have one more question online for SDG&E from Cleo Johnson from President Reynolds' office. Where is SDG&E identifying proactive work that is farther out in the forecast?
So like in our view, like our scenario one is exactly to serve that purposes, right? Is to do the scenario to identify these circuits and buses that's near capacity. That's how we are, lack of better terms, like be like a bit more advanced in doing the planning analysis to find those needs that need to be a bit more proactive than our typical process. Does that answer your question?
Cleo, you can raise your hand if you have any follow-ups. I see your hand is raised.
I guess I'm just wondering maybe how the scenarios work together. So in the base, let's call it scenario, I'm hearing that you're identifying work that's farther out, potentially 10 years out. And then in scenario one, you're just focused on the near term. And then I think scenario three is doing a different thing. And so I'm just trying to understand how the scenarios work together, maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe like, let me try to explain that, right? So think of like a base scenario as like a starting point, like say that's in the middle, right? So we certainly identify the 3-year line segment needs and the 10-year circuit and bus needs, and that becomes like our base scenario, and sort of SDG is like core planning needs and solutions. And looking upon these different needs that's identified, there's also that practical consideration, like what are the needs that we need to initiate, right, based on the scale and the scope of the needs, right? So like, for example, like I mentioned earlier, if like a circuit needs is showing up like, let's say in year 10, it's not really going to be something that we need to immediately address it in the current planning cycle, right? So that's more a candidate that we need to continue to evaluate it for the future cycle until the point it comes that let's initiate that, because now we get into the timeline that's reasonable to be able to build that circuit and to meet the timeline needs. This is where, so the way that scenario 1 and 2 comes in is that those are sort of like the two, the top and right, and left and right sort of helpers in the situation, right? Because the scenario 1 is assessing against the like 90% of planning threshold, and in other words, it's a higher scenario compared to the base, if you're thinking from that perspective. So that helps us identify, what are the needs, circuit needs that's more likely to be needed sooner than the timeline that's currently identified in the base scenario. So it helps us to find those potential needs that we need to more like adjust the timeline on that horizon. So think of it like the 10-year as a bar, that there are some of the needs due to, based on the additional information available from scenario 1 and 2, now we're considering, okay, does it make sense to move the scale up a little closer so we can build those circuits and buses so they can meet the needs when we actually need it. So that's how the scenarios tie into each other. So again, I think I view like scenario 1 and 2 are like sidekicks to the base scenario and helping out for us to like figure out exactly how the timeline and scope align within the base scenario, but ultimately base scenario is still the core piece here that we're planning for. But we want to ensure the information feeds into the base so it's more effective and address the need timely. Does that help?
Yeah, I had a follow-up comment for Gabe here. I just wanted to go back to the comment and question about the 5.5 gigawatt. I think it was a data center. Sorry, I misunderstood what the question was, but the data center load that is going to be coming in the next IPER. So transmission planning is using that IPER right now, and in internal discussions, the majority of that load is going to be transmission. So it's not really something that we're going to really want to disaggregate at the distribution level. And we have some known loads that are data centers, on the order of circuit level size, but and that's like 10, 20 megawatts. That's about what a feeder can handle. But I think that data centers are going to be much larger and going to largely want to connect to the transmission. So because of that, they really aren't part of the distribution forecast.
Okay, Gabe Petland from CPUC. For Yi, on the demand flexibility tool that you mentioned that CEC is developing, I guess my question is, how does that give you confidence to incorporate load flexibility into planning? Because it's a theoretical potential demand flexibility as opposed to something that your own utility developed a program in your own service territory that you became confident that could deliver, load flexibility results. I'm trying to understand sort of what gives you confidence to incorporate load flexibility into distribution planning?
Right, that's a good question. So the way I see it, demand flex from like a policy perspective, right? It's a additional demand flex on top of some level of load flex already incorporating IPER, right? So if you think about like things like energy efficiency and demand response, those are already sort of like existing program in a way that are considered like programs that's helping with demand flex, right? They're already flexing the load. So there's already a really good foundation and baseline that's already modeled within IPER. So similar to other type of demand flex, right? So the way I think about demand flex, that there's several different types, right? There's the rate-based demand flex, right? That's based on the time of use rates and other additional dynamic rates that may come out of some of the other proceeding. And there's also, like to your point, the program-based, demand flex. And there's also the active charging, which I would also argue those are somewhat like a program-based, right? Because you have to have a program designed in a way that customer are actually willing to participate to be providing that active like demand flex. So our view is like a lot of those programs, right, especially the policy-driven program, do start with the state, right? State are in the best position and CEC are in the best position to assess what are truly incremental to what's already mapped out in the existing energy efficiency and demand response to further incorporate like what additional can actually be achieved. And to your question about like demand flex is just a potential tool, fully aware of that. We did have some discussion in order to understand how we can use it for EIS study. But I also do understand that CEC is planning to run through those potential through the production modeling to see like incorporating some of the economic consideration what are most realistic to be mapped out for each area that CEC is producing IPER for. So in that sense, I do think like not knowing what we haven't seen yet, right? Obviously, like can't say like on the record, on the stand, be like, yes, I have 100% confidence that's really what's going to play out. But it's a really reliable data point at this time based on our understanding. So we do look forward to see that being published so we can further assess that usability of that.
We'll go to our last question in the room before we break for lunch.
So very much in follow-up to Gabe's question, California is in an electricity cost crisis. I think we all know that. And the largest part of that, and rapidly increasing, is distribution infrastructure spending. Last week at the Vehicle Grid Integration Forum, there was a really impressive presentation on a pilot that's currently happening in PG&E territory, where WeaveGrid was able to reduce the cost of integrating EVs by 2/3, a really dramatic decrease in grid infrastructure spending. So I guess I'm I'm hearing a lot of concerns about reliability and flexibility not being predictable, and maybe by 2040. But to me, as somebody whose organization works to support ratepayers as well as the environment, I would really like to hear from all the utilities a little more concrete ideas of how these very dramatic potential decreases in spending will be incorporated into their scenario planning and investment plans. And you probably can't answer that before lunch, but I hope the CPUC is really thinking hard about that.
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with the pilot that you're talking about, and we certainly do hope that it goes well and that, you know, it is expediently rolled out. The one difference between the pilot and, you know, the investment plan is the investment plan is really kind of serving the known loads today. So we need that pilot to mature and be something that is usable on, you know, across the system. So, you know, as mentioned, I think, you know, we all want that to go as fast as possible, and we're definitely in support of that.
We are running overtime into a already late lunch, so to respect everyone's time and hunger, I think we're going to wrap it up here. Do you want to go through the last slide in the utility presentation quickly, or should we break for lunch?
I can, just one slide. All right, so just to call back to the slides Zach presented at the beginning of our presentation, as part of the decision, we are asked to address 11 elements, right, including like number of scenarios, the scope of the scenario, the purposes, any overlap, et cetera, in this workshop presentation. I think, you know, myself and my colleagues from the other utility have already covered most of those in their respective presentations. So just wanted to just close this up with a couple additional pointers and more on the process front. So when it comes to like implementation scenario planning and changes and approval associated with the scenarios, what we're proposing is that for this year, from like a timeline perspective, and as I presented earlier, what make the most sense would be to utilize the workshop and the advice letter process to, you know, adopt the scenario planning framework that the utility proposed and also approve those forecast scenarios for inclusion for the 2025-2026 CPP cycle. So that's for the current cycle, if you will, that we're about to get into this fall. And for the future cycles, our proposal would be, let's discuss the updates to those number-based scenarios in the existing DFWG, the Distribution Forecasting Working Group. And we currently already have a process where we propose the IPER scenario that we will be using to Energy Division and get approval through that channel. And what we're proposing here is let's expand that to also include the number-based scenarios through the existing process so we can get those scenarios handled in one place. So that's for the future scenario, that's where utility feel like would be most appropriate. As for the scenario planning results, right, so for scenario planning, certainly it touches upon the forecast, which makes sense to begin the conversation in the forecasting working group, but it also touches upon like the scenario planning results. And we certainly are aware and hear that stakeholder wants to see what we're actually doing and ask questions and provide feedback. So appropriate channel for that would be the existing distribution planning advisory group. And certainly there's also the publication of the GNA DUPR that can include information prior to the actual advisory group, but that would be an appropriate channel to review those results, answer any questions stakeholder may have, and receive any feedback. So last but not least, right, you already hear us all talking about our scenario planning framework and how we envision that consideration and, you know, reconciliation across the different scenarios. Include the consideration for guardrails and, you know, flexibility to actually meaningfully implement scenario planning. When it comes to changes, this is after the scenario planning framework initially getting approved this year in the advice letter filed by June the 30th. If our thoughts is that if there's additional changes that utility wants to propose to the framework, contact the Distribution Forecasting Working Group, again, a already established forum that has stakeholder participation sounds like a great forum to continue discussing those changes and ensure there's stakeholder feedback provided in that process. So that concludes my last slide.
Thank you all to all the presenters for a great panel. We will be now breaking for lunch and returning at 2 p.m. to pick up for the stakeholder presentations, followed by a ample time for open discussion and additional questions before wrapping up. Thank you all. See you back at 2.
Thanks, Lynn.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us back for the afternoon. Now we have a presentation from the Public Advocate's Office. Following that, there will be a extended period for open discussion to ask any questions that we didn't have time to get to this morning and chat more broadly about the implementation of scenario planning. And then at 3:15, we'll be wrapping up with closing remarks and next steps. And now I will turn it over to Mark Hutton.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark Hutton. I'm a utilities engineer with the Public Advocate's Office, Distribution Planning and Policy team, and I'll be presenting on our perspectives on scenario planning. Okay. So we can't forget about affordability, of course. To meet the state's electrification goals, we need to ensure that affordability doesn't create a barrier. Currently, rates for California's investor-owned utilities are some of the highest in the country. Rates have increased faster than inflation over the past 10 years. So as we consider how to implement scenario planning, we must be careful that our approach doesn't push rates up further. So here's an overview of our position. So scenario planning allows us to analyze and plan for a wide range of possibilities related to distribution planning. But if we focus only on aggressive load growth scenarios, our expected or median forecast will skew higher, which could lead to overbuilding and higher costs for ratepayers. My team at Cal Advocates analyzed the cost impacts of various distribution planning scenarios using our distribution grid electrification model. And the results showed that the potential costs of overbuilding that could result from a bias toward aggressive load growth scenarios. So now moving on to our methodology for the DGEM. So the distribution grid electrification model disaggregates the 2023 IPER forecasts onto individual circuits in PG&E's, SCE's, and SDG&E's service areas. And it uses DMV vehicle data and census data to estimate the locations of future EV loads on the grid. It also considers historic loads, equipment ratings, and utility cost data to estimate overloads and the cost of upgrades to address those overloads. More information is available at the link here I've included on the slide in case you're interested. So now, moving on to the scenarios that we analyzed in DGEM. So our first is the baseline scenario. So this scenario uses the IPER load shape from our October 2024 DGEM preliminary results. And some of the key assumptions here are that EVs charge at their registration address, all feeder overloads are addressed with new feeders, and EV load shapes adhere to the IPER forecast. So for this scenario, the total estimated cost of distribution upgrades for all of the utilities totals to, this is through the year 2035, it totals to $22.7 billion. So that's over the next 10 years or so. So the next scenario we analyzed was an aggressive scenario, and this uses the electrification impacts study load shape included in our DGEM preliminary results. The key assumption here that's different from the baseline scenario is that it uses the EV load shape from the EIS Part 1 forecast, which has a much higher afternoon and evening peak. So in this scenario, we estimate the total costs of distribution upgrades, again, for all the IOUs through 2035 as $36.2 billion. So this represents an incremental cost over the baseline of about $13.5 billion. So you can see there's a significant difference there. And then moving on to a different aggressive scenario that we analyzed. So this is a high EV adoption scenario. So the key difference here versus the baseline is a 20% higher EV adoption rate beyond what was anticipated in the IPER 2023. So in this scenario, the total costs through 2035 are about $25.8 billion. So this is an incremental cost of about $3 billion over the baseline scenario over the next 10 years. And then the last scenario we analyzed in DGEM is a load management scenario. Again, from our DGEM preliminary results, the main assumption here is that there's a strict adherence to a heavily managed load shape on system peak days for all EVs across all the IOUs territories. And it's important to note that this scenario represents more of a lower bound, not necessarily an expectation. It's not a forecast, but it does illustrate how if you optimized load management, you could it could result in significant ratepayer savings. So here, up to about $6 billion over the next 10 years. Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about our findings next. For scenario analysis, we find that if there's a bias towards aggressive load forecasts that would be used subsequently in distribution forecasting and investment planning, scenario that if you only consider those aggressive scenarios, then it kind of skews the results toward higher costs potentially. This could result in an estimated potentially around $3 to $13 billion of additional costs to ratepayers through 2035 if the focus is on those aggressive load growth scenarios. But we also see with the load management scenario that there's potential for some ratepayer savings. So as our analysis showed, potentially up to $6 billion of savings over the next 10 years versus the baseline, that is. And so we can see how different planning assumptions result in a wide range of costs. But if we focus only on aggressive scenarios, our expected forecast would fall within a higher range of costs over the next 10 years versus if we included lower load growth scenarios or scenarios with some load management. So I've shown on the slide at the bottom here, if we consider a load management scenario, the range of costs is a bit wider toward the low end. And so perhaps the expected forecast would fall a little bit lower as well. So now moving on to our recommendations and then some issues for further discussion. So here are some issues that still need to be addressed. An important question is who should develop the scenarios used in distribution planning? And there are some existing processes that we could use as a basis for that. So as we heard earlier, unlike for Minnesota, California does have a state agency that already develops forecasts and has the expertise to do so. So it could be that we continue to use the CEC's IPER scenarios with some modification potentially, adding on to the existing process. It could also be that the CPUC could direct the utilities to evaluate certain scenarios like they are doing for the EIS2. So we recommend that the utility should collaborate with the CEC to implement their studies or other information they may have to support the CEC's scenario development. And also, we think ideally the utility should have should evaluate a consistent set of scenarios. I think that would just simplify things. And then, as a side observation from this workshop, it seems like pending loads are becoming a bit of a catch-all for loads that would exceed the IPER. We do recommend that pending loads should be based on specific customers. And then our last slide here. So there needs to be a robust process for selecting scenarios for use in distribution planning. This process would help facilitate transparency and stakeholder engagement in the selection of scenarios. And this could be incorporated perhaps in the current IPER scenario proposal process, or it could be structured similarly. There could be a working group with discussion, opportunity for party comment, and energy division oversight. And finally, to provide transparency, the utilities, we recommend the utility should report on how they have used their scenarios for planning in the GNA and DUPR. And so that concludes my presentation. I guess we can move on to questions.
Yeah, we have a question from Tam Hunt. Tam, you should have a request to unmute yourself.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, yeah, I wanted to explain my question from earlier further. Is now an appropriate time to ask a general question?
We're going to have
my question about data centers.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm asking first, is now a good time to ask a follow-up to my earlier question about data centers?
Tam, we'll have an extended period of time to discuss questions for the larger group and for the utilities specifically following this section. But right now we're focusing on questions for the public advocates from the presentation that we've just seen.
Great, then I'll reserve my broader question for the later session, but I do want to ask PAO a question, a similar question. So for Cal advocates, my question is on the same topic. We're seeing a remarkably large new load from AI data centers, even in California with high rates. My understanding, because these companies need low latency to serve the large population in California. So I'm curious where you all are in your consideration of this, like literally 5.5 gigawatt load for PG&E alone, in terms of your advocacy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a little bit about that. Maybe I'll phone a friend as well. So in terms of scenario planning, I mean, that those could be included in a higher load growth scenario. And yeah, that's kind of one of the points of scenario planning is that we can analyze and consider that. And then I guess not to get off track and talk about pending loads, but Cal Advocates has also been working on a framework to kind of address larger loads or kind of on the backbone of the distribution system. So I can get into more detail if you like by email, but I don't want to spend too much time talking about pending loads here.
Sure, that works. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I'll be in touch.
Work trying to put some bounds around what might be considered in the different scenarios. My question is, as we all know, the stage 1 of the electrification impact study was done by an independent consultant, which sort of put a highest level of possible costs for electrification impact. Could you comment on why one of your recommendations didn't consider the potential for an independent consultant to perform this next round of scenario evaluation. I think this is particularly important because of the wide range of flexibility and the huge impact on ratepayers. So I'm curious about your thinking about that.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, so the question is, why didn't we recommend an independent consultant?
Well, you know, I understand we can't be specific, but I would be most interested in having Kavala do a follow-up study incorporating, since they've already done extensive and detailed modeling, to have a look at various impacts, whether it's managed charging or, in fact, this distributed integration of vehicles, for example, which had such substantial cost savings in its projected impact. And I do think I'm all in favor of party comments, but what we're talking about is really complicated modeling, as you know. And so also by the time it's gotten to that stage, we're so far along, I think it's very hard to pull back or to consider alternatives. So certainly as 350 Bay Area represents ratepayers as well as the environment, and we would strongly prefer to have an independent consultant with a good model looking at this. And that's not to denigrate the Energy Commission. You know, I think they're doing wonderful work. But as you know, and as you've done, we have to get down to the location-specific elements. And so since California's already invested a lot in having a quality independent consultant come up with sort of an upper bound of electrification impact, that would seem to me to be a very attractive alternative. Thank you.
Yeah, I do see your point. I think that we do consider the CEC process to be well established. There's already interagency coordination on it. It doesn't seem like a big lift to you know, have the utilities kind of more involved in that rather than kind of adding on this new you know, independent consultant. And cut out. There it is. Yeah, so there's already, you know, it's already a transparent process. There's already interagency coordination. There's already, you know, opportunity for stakeholder involvement. So that's why we focused on the CEC process rather than independent consultant.
All right, we have a question in the chat from Sam Houston who asks, can you describe how load management was modeled, please? E.g., which kinds of loads, how much they can shift, et cetera?
Yeah, let me go back to that slide. I may have to phone a friend as well. Leo, do you want to take it?
Yeah, I can. Hi, this is Leo Steinmetz, also Public Advocate's Office. Oh, how do I do that?
Can you hear it? Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is Leo Steinmetz, also Public Advocate's Office, and worked on these results. For this particular scenario, this is only electric vehicle load being flexible. It is flexible without any constraints. So it is not like a realistic EV behavior scenario. It's just looking at freely moving around load. And the only constraint is that all the vehicles in the IOU have the same load shape. So it's not a sort of feeder-specific or location-specific optimization that's, you know, responding to that substation or that feeder. It's a single load shape across the whole IOU, shifting EV load only away from the peak. You can look, we also have some other scenarios, if you look at the DGEM preliminary results that you can find on our website, and then also we'll have a forthcoming study that has some more detail on this as well.
All right, we have another question in chat from Dean Taylor asking, when Public Advocates says EVs, do you include medium and heavy duty vehicles, forklifts, ships, trains?
My understanding is yes. Leo, can you confirm that?
Yeah, just medium heavy duty vehicles, not ships.
Okay, so for those online, just medium duty and heavy duty.
All right, next up we have someone with a raised hand. It is Alex. Alex, you should have a request to unmute so you can ask your question.
Hi, yeah, I had two questions. One was returning to the discussion about the CEC's process. Was just wondering are you referring to their? I didn't get that. Can you try again? Oh, my phone is talking to me. Excuse me. The CEC's process. Are you referring to their IPER process, which has been, pretty top down and not necessarily the right tool for bottom up load forecasting, or are you suggesting that there should be another process, or essentially that the CEC manages or creates a new bottom up process for forecasting load at the circuit level?
Yeah, our recommendation isn't super specific on that, but it could be building upon the existing IPER process. So, perhaps that is some sort of a bottom-up approach, but another one of the main things I forgot to mention is just the alignment with other planning processes too. So by using the CEC process, even if it includes some bottom-up forecasting, that could help align with transmission and integrated resource planning.
All right, and then in terms of, do I have a sec for one more question? In terms of the costs that you presented, I guess it occurs to me that, it's not just about costs and how aggressive the forecasts are, the load forecasts are, as long as they're accurate. I mean, if it's accurate that aggressive load is expected, then that's something that has to be planned for. And I wondered if you'd modeled the new revenues that could be unlocked through those new loads to be able to consider the net rate impact in your work, or if it had focused only on the cost side of the equation.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to the rate part yet, but I think, we definitely understand your point that at the end of the day, it's about forecast accuracy. And so that's not to say that, an aggressive scenario is automatically a bad thing. But when we're looking at scenario planning, part of it is identifying the least regrets investment. And so and load management has potential. We've heard different things at this workshop. There's perhaps growing potential for it. So I think if you don't consider it adequately in your scenarios, right, then that might skew the least regrets investment higher than it probably should be. So I hope that answers your question.
This is Mark Jimenez from PG&E. I want to know if the study scenarios include any assumptions on load or charging demand diversity between the scenarios. So since these home chargers or whatever shape you use, they have all the same peak, like for a specific charger, like what assumptions, if any, are there for diversity?
Yeah, I think Leo may need to chime in here.
Hi, Leo again. Yeah, so we don't do bottom-up forecasting of the load shape from different types of chargers. We just directly take the IPER load shape, which has those assumptions built in. So we don't, one example of how that affects the model is that you might have different circuits that are in different kinds of zones, a more residential or more commercial zone, that you would expect in reality to have different kinds of load shapes because of the different kinds of chargers there, and our study does not take that into account. It uses the IPER load shape as the disaggregated load shape on all circuits. Does that answer the question?
Tom Wynn here with PG&E. For the DGM study, are you identifying a range of outcomes versus a single investment for your scenario framework?
I don't know if that's a question for you, Leo, again.
It's just a single outcome. So we don't have an error bar or a statistical range of outcomes. We're doing that mostly with a variety of scenarios.
All right, it looks like there are no more questions in the chat or in the room and no more hands raised. So I think now would be a good time, right on time, to transition into the open discussion section. So I will be moving myself to the stage and we can take questions from anyone who has not had a chance to ask their question yet, and then open it up to, general questions to anyone from throughout the workshop, as well as a discussion forum for thoughts on the scenario planning proposals.
All right, we have two hands up. I think we will start with Tam Hunt. There should be a request to unmute yourself, Tam.
Great, thanks again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, yeah, Tam Hunt, GPI. So a follow-up from my earlier questions about data center demand growth. So I want to get started by briefly describing the knock-on effects from transmission interconnected renewables on distribution connected renewables. There's been a major backlog from TX projects in the last few years that led to essentially a moratorium on DX connected renewables. This has been obviously a major issue for any attempts to grow DER. I'm talking mostly on the generation side, but there are similar but different issues on the energization side. The solution that CAISO came up with literally just ignored the effects on DX connected renewables. And so even if load is entirely a TX connected phenomenon, there is still likely quite significant knock-on effects on DX connected systems. And so my question about 5.5 gigawatts in PG&E service territory for new AI data centers is coming from that backdrop of information. And so when you have these very large data centers connecting to TX, there are guaranteed going to be very major impacts on DX, both energization and generation. And so again, my question there was, to what degree is PG&E and other IUs incorporating this massive new load into these various scenarios? Because it sounds like they're not doing much at this point, but this is obviously the first year or two of this massive AI data center boom. we went from 3.5 gigawatts estimated last June to 5.5 gigawatts estimated by February, again, just for PG&E territory. So can you maybe PG&E and other IUs kind of chime in if you have anything more to say, given that additional information I provided?
Yeah, this is Mark Jimenez. From PG&E, I wanted to kind of go back to a comment I made earlier about the AI data center forecast, not really a distribution forecast. So it's not expected that the AI system is going to connect to 21 and 12 kV feeders. It's my impression that those are going to be transmission loads. So there isn't going to be a whole lot that distribution planning has to do for it, except for these 1% or 0.5% that, or a small percent that might come to the distribution system. So it is going to cost a lot, but it's going to be a transmission cost. So when it comes to transmission, it's going to depend who is installing that, right? Because I think that has different structure for doing projects, right? I think some things actually have to go out to bid and may not even be PG&E's, like they could end up private-owned substations that someone else builds, right? So there's like different rules for transmission projects. So we don't really have any transmission experts here to speak to those costs, but it's not distribution planning really.
Well, this is what I was addressing in the first part of my comment before I asked my question again, was that even if they are all or 98% TX connected, there is still very direct and predictable knock-on effects on DX, particularly for scenario planning. So it sounds like you haven't maybe thought about that in great detail for DX planning, but I would urge you to do so. And I'd love to have some more dialogue perhaps offline with you if you're open to that.
Yeah, I think it's fine. We have load forecasting teams that look at this specific component, but that's the view that we have developed internally that doesn't have a high system impact. So if you took 2% of the 5 gigawatts and you kind of see how much load that is, we could do the math, but I'm not sure that it's really really measuring up to other categories.
I'll say one more thing, then I'll ask for SCG and SCE to chime in. I guess to be a bit more clear, even if there's only 2% being directed to DX, is GPI's view that the impacts on downstream DX will still be very significant from TX issues. As I mentioned before, the scenario about interconnecting, where CAISO simply gets ignored. DX connected projects in light of their new rules for TX connected projects. This is one example of very significant impacts when it's only TX. Can SCE and SCG chime in?
So I'll start. This is Ari from SCE. Just want to validate your concern, Tam. Certainly data centers are an issue. I think, first of all, just want to reiterate that we do have the parallel pending loads analysis that's going on, and to a certain extent, pending load data centers may fit into one of our categories of pending load. With regard to the split between transmission and distribution, some of these might be connected at transmission level, but some of them may also be distribution level, and we will be reviewing those in the pending loads analysis. I also want to point out that to a certain extent, this may differ between different territories in California. So I've been made aware that at least in SCE territory, the data centers are certainly a source of load, but not necessarily the biggest pending load that we face. So there is, obviously data centers are in the news, but it really is quite, it's service area dependent.
Thank you.
Hi, Tam. This is Eve from SDG&E. Just being very transparent here, we haven't really seen a big trend of data center and AI facilities in SDG&E territory. We're not really seeing that in our normal applications or conversations that we're having with the community. So that's not really an area that we have a lot of focus at this moment.
Great, thank you.
All right, the next hand up is Dean Taylor. Dean, you should have a request to unmute yourself.
You hear me?
Dean, you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Oh.
Now we can hear you.
Good. I'm Dean Taylor. I'm a consultant for National Resources Defense Council. So it's good to see there's more and more broad agreement on the need for pre-building and investment. My question is, how do you see implementation of AB 2700, which is a big paradigm shift and was signed by the governor in 2022, and it focuses on electrification? I guess I'm struggling to see how the PUC staff and the IOUs are doing this. It seems like you're not being aggressive enough as the PUC code section 740.21, which is part of AB 2700. For example, and I'm paraphrasing, the IOUs shall have, in distribution planning and GRC investment, meeting the governor's executive orders, CARB regulations, air district plans, seaport plans, regional transportation plans, sustainable community strategies, and the IPER. In other words, looking at the IPER is only part of the requirement on the IOUs and the PUC for planning and pre-building. The IOUs must look at other data, not just the CEC data, according to the law. And the focus of the bill is really on areas where electric, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles and other grid movement are concentrated. And finally, the PUC is the enforcer on this law, that they must make sure this happens. So it just seems, for example, like maybe the base case should be a little stricter to meet the requirements under AB 2700. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dean. Can you please repeat who the question is directed to?
Well, I think it's a broader question. I think it's to like Energy Division staff, maybe commissioner advisors, and investor-owned utilities as well.
So I think part of the answer from Energy Division staff perspective is that the pending loads category is meant to account for some of these things that are not already incorporated into the IPER. In the long run, I think we would want a lot of these different forecast elements, meeting the state's objectives in electric vehicles and, sorry, I can't remember all the categories you've listed, but all of that to be kind of baked into the IPER so that we can use, that forecast source to encompass all of those things in the event that that is not currently possible, given what is included in the IPER. We can use pending loads or scenario planning to make up some of that gap. And I'll turn it over to any other perspectives.
Yeah, this is Ari from SE. Tyler, we agree with you. I think within this proceeding, we're working on some changes to how we consider IPER and the IPER caps, but we're also simultaneously looking at how we add on incrementally with pending loads. So I think that addresses the concern that Dean is raising. So we have a couple of different approaches to doing that. And we do think, we acknowledge the issue, and I actually think that this proceeding and the decision did acknowledge that issue and came up with a couple of different approaches to solving it.
Dean, does that answer your question, or do you have any follow-ups?
Yeah, maybe it just seems like, with, as Edison mentioned, 900 substations, it seems like, a lot of these regulations that are in AB 2700 listed go out a long time, 20 years or more. And so are you really, given that substations take 8-10 years to build, are we really getting ahead of the curve here and meeting the intent of AB 2700?
Yeah, I'll answer that with a lot of the pieces of the decision that we passed last October are aimed at developing a proactive planning framework. One of those pieces is to require that we plan at least 10 years into the future to meet those 8 to 10 year timelines for substations. And developing these scenarios here is part of making sure we're capturing all of those potential needs well in advance of when we would actually need to begin those investments. And potentially, as we've heard from some of the proposals today, begin those investments without necessarily committing all of the funding that may be required to build that out right at the start. So we are very cognizant of the need for a proactive planning process, and that is a lot of what we're aiming to do here. And we're tackling that from multiple directions.
Thank you.
It's Richard Coe from the Public Advocate's Office. Just a thought bubble that I was kind of talking to Gabe a bit about at lunchtime. It's clear that there's a lot of overlap between what's happening in the pending load space and what's happening in scenario planning. At the pending load workshop, there was discussion talking about the different types of pending load, and in particular, the pending load that's based on what we were calling an existing customer or existing or future customer, I suppose, where there's a real customer talking about a real load. So let's say that's the near term. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 years out perhaps. And then there's perhaps the pending load that is further off in the future where you're probably not likely to have a real customer talking about a real load, but you're going to be much more dependent on studies. I guess it strikes me that, coming back to scenario planning, that in the short term, when you are starting to get this real customers with real loads coming through, it seems like the range of possible outcomes or the range of possible scenarios that you have suddenly gets a lot narrower. But looking out past that time frame into the study time frame, you're in a much wider sort of list of outcomes and much wider type of scenarios. So it's kind of looking like, and I know that perhaps people online can't see it, but it's kind of looking like a cone or a funnel where maybe there's one framework for the near term and one framework for the longer term, reflecting the fact that there are a much narrower set of scenarios and outcomes in the near term. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
I would say generally, I think you're thinking about it correctly in the sense that as we identify small projects or small pending loads that are in the short term, we're identifying a very easy way to connect for that customer. As we get into larger developments where there's much more pending loads that are there, we're not just thinking of a single solution for every single pending load. We're thinking of how can we incorporate all of them under one solution. And so the solution can change based off what is happening. So yes, the scope of the project can widen as you're saying.
Well, I was thinking less about the scope of individual projects, but the number of possible future outcomes, load outcomes, and it shrinks when you start to get this real customer talking to you about real load, is what I was thinking.
This is Ari from SCE. Thanks as always for your perspectives. One of the things that I mentioned earlier on in this morning was that we really don't, SCE at least does not consider a zero load scenario as tenable. And so we have to plan further out into the future. And we do believe there's real load even if we don't have a known load request. So, we're building around an anonymous load, an anonymous customer that we know is coming. So yes, there's a range of possibilities in the future, but we don't believe that range includes zero growth. So we want to have a reasonable lower bound, and that reasonable lower bound is still growth. And that's why we believe that the scenario should include growth in every scenario that you consider. And then when you put them together, as we mentioned, we're not just selecting one of those, but as we put together the learnings, there is going to be growth in whatever our outcome is in our investment plan.
This is Brad from PG&E. Just to add to that, the sorts of investments that need to be made for that higher growth in the more uncertain, longer future are those that may be more flexible. So if a certain metropolitan area is going to reach a point where all of its substations are tapped out 10 years in the future, then we need to begin procuring land and initiating permitting processes for a new substation in that area. We will not know which customer is going to make use of that first. And the same can go for long lead materials procurement, where we can establish a long-term forecast of needing this many, 30 MVA, 60 kV high side transformers and other different transformer classes, and then make sure that we have reservations to ensure we have adequate supply of those for continued growth in investing in new customers as they come online. Those are the sorts of decisions that we need to be able to make based on that further future forecasts, but which are more flexible as well.
Right, maybe just to add on there, that definitely agree there's a lot of overlap between scenario planning and pending load, right? These conversations sort of going hand in hand. But one thing also to think about it, it's also varies depending on what lands you're looking at it. There's a short-term versus long-term investment, but it's also different when it comes to different type of equipment. And although I agree, when it comes to long-term, there's definitely that risk with a lot of investment, like substation built out that needs a lot of lead time that we have to identify as soon as possible, which is what we're hoping to, incorporate that in the pending load proposal. But thinking of particularly for SDG, our scenario planning proposal, we also have that concern with the short-term needs as well, right? Because when you're looking at some of the circuits that's really close to exceeding the limits, any type of a known load or any type of customer service request that we didn't anticipate happening can push over that limit pretty quickly. And at that point, even if it's just a circuit that takes 1 to 3 years of time to build out, that could still create a problem for a customer, causing that energization delay. So it's at the end of the day, we're trying to all these conversations and these topics are great, but we're also looking at them holistically, how do we meet the customer needs and piece them together, each of these proposals. We're not aiming to create any confusion across them, just trying our best to align each piece to present something that makes sense, from a process perspective.
All right, we have another hand raised from Jason Berry. Jason, you should have a request to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hey, thanks for the discussion today and all the presentations. Very informative. I guess, Jason, I'm Jason Berry, Director of Energy for Terawatt Infrastructure. We're a charging as a service company for commercial fleet vehicles. We develop throughout California and all the major IOU territories, or will be soon. And just wanted to kind of follow up on the presentations from earlier on the various methodologies. I commend all the utilities for looking at new creative scenarios, how we can incorporate more emerging technologies, and I would also say new customers that we have yet to really see engage with utilities at this point, namely private fleets and the transportation industry writ large from a heavy duty trucking perspective, as well as some light and medium duty as well. The scale of growth will be significant in the coming years. And some of the things that I've found is we struggle with the top down and the bottoms up approach and melding those two methodologies together. So I'm optimistic on the development of pending loads category for addressing some of those concerns, but I would encourage that we continually push the envelope on what we've been doing and account from a bottoms up approach in a very thoughtful way, because from what I've seen in a lot of the past IPER methodology and loads, those do not accurately capture a lot of the nuances of the transportation industry and what the customer behaviors are going to be like, what the loads are going to look like, what load diversity looks like. And I think taking that bottoms up approach will really inform a lot of the costs that people are estimating here. And I would encourage that we really reach out proactively, industry experts, to understand better what those load curves and demand profiles are going to look like in the coming years. They're changing rapidly. We're chargers are getting larger, megawatt chargers are coming. And so we're going to see very different behaviors due to larger demands from those customers, and also, frankly, from companies like Terawatt. And I would encourage that we proactively take that data and start to think of a methodology or framework that we have more certainty in that. And I guess aside from that, what is the process today going to look like for incorporating pending loads and marrying that with the IPER through this process? Is it that we're going to eventually merge the two discussions on pending loads, or are we? How is that going to work? Now, I guess that question can be for CPUC staff.
Yeah, Jason, just to clarify, make sure I understand, you're asking how are we merging the conversation on pending loads with the conversation on scenario planning that we're having today? Yes, correct. Yeah, that will be somewhat of an undertaking, to be honest. Both advice letters are due on June 30th. We will be considering both of those at the same time when writing two separate resolutions. Since both advice letters will be filed jointly by all three utilities, there will be two resolutions to address the both of them to consider a holistic approach that incorporates pending loads and determines how those will be included in scenario planning. There is opportunity for comment on the pending loads workshop report through May 1st, and there will be an opportunity to comment on both the advice letters when they're filed on or by June 30th.
Okay, thank you. Again, I would just encourage that as we're moving through this, that reaching out to industry, we're more than happy to provide insights and data as to what the future of heavy duty trucking and charging looks like in the out years. And I think we really need to ensure that we get this right. As you know, well, you miss one cycle and then it just pushes out even further.
I appreciate your input, Jason. Thank you.
All right, there's a hand up online from Bill Peter. We do have one last hand raised online currently. Bill, you should have a request to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes, this is Bill Peter with PG&E. Thanks all for the great workshop and presentations. I had a question for PAO, actually. So first, thanks for the recap of the DGEM study and all that hard work that went into that. So I want to talk a little bit about how that relates to what you're thinking in terms of the scenario planning framework. So the DGEM study, you kind of presented like a range of outcomes that could come out of that study versus, in between that kind of aligns with maybe the EIS study we've heard too, right? Like a bunch of scenarios and you come up with a range of outcomes. Versus I think what PG&E's proposal for the scenario framework was really to come up with a single plan that we're using different scenarios to modify or kind of tweak to still get that single plan. So it's not necessarily to come up with like a range of outcomes. So I wanted to understand if PAO is thinking of the scenario framework as actually identifying a range of outcomes and costs that might be occurred, or still trying to, is the proposal from PAO still look at a bunch of scenarios that really come down, in the end, come down with one plan?
Yeah, it's Richard here from the Public Advocate's Office. So I guess I'd draw a distinction between what we're doing in the DGEM work and what we're thinking of for this scenario planning work. The DGEM work is going to identify a number of different scenarios and will identify costs attached to those scenarios through 2035 and 2040. As I said in a question that I asked earlier, I had always assumed, based largely on discussions with you, Bill, that the IOUs could only ever produce one investment plan. And I have to say that did kind of sound reasonable to me. It sounded like a lot of work to develop, to design out projects in multiple investment plans. But we did hear from SCE today that there might be some sort of halfway house between where you don't produce multiple investment plans, but you come up with something that's a bit lower than an investment plan to guide your future thinking. Clearly, what we're doing in DGEM is not as detailed as what utilities do when they develop investment plans. So maybe what we're doing in DGEM looks a bit like what SCE was thinking about with its multiple investment plans in its presentation earlier.
Great, thanks. No, I think that helps clarify. I think it's an interesting thing as we go through this process to think, you know, what is the outcome, I guess, of the scenario framework, right? Is it a single plan or some hybrid? So thanks for clarifying.
Thanks. Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. This has been a really rich discussion, and I don't envy you. You've got a really tough task ahead of you at the PUC. And as one of the states said earlier, forecasting in this environment is really hard. Multiple unknowns. We do urge you strongly to consider independent planning for what the scenario should look like, either the proposal that Public Advocate's Office made for the Energy Commission to take a lead role in it, or I would return to the idea of an independent consultant such as Cavallo, which has already done a lot of detailed planning of the California electricity system. Obviously, the IOUs would need to be clear and active partners in any such effort. But I think the enormous amounts of money involved, the huge portion of our bills which are due to distribution infrastructure just cries out for an independent entity to take the lead in looking at the modeling and coming up with the appropriate scenarios to be investigated. So I hope the Commission will really seriously consider that. We've also had some, interesting discussions with the Energy Commission, because the traditional IPER modeling, for example, has considered DERs as behind the meter and load modifying, that they, basically decrease demand. And that's fine for some, but it really sort of starts to break down when you think about what's the role of storage, what's the role of this enormous number of EVs that are coming online, where you really have the potential. Yes, it can just be managed charging, but if we get serious about vehicle to grid, they're a resource. They're not just a load, although they could be a huge load. So it's a really interesting and complicated time, but we feel strongly that the kind of planning really needs to look creatively. We are in no way arguing that there isn't going to be an increased load. Clearly, there's huge new loads out there. We just think that the way they are integrated into the grid can have enormous consequences for our electricity bills. So we really need some independent and rigorous looking at what are the options, because we also have, we're California, we have hugely sophisticated technological potential. And I promise you, I do not have stock in WeaveGrid, but the slide they showed, which I have on my laptop for anybody who wants to look at it, about how they decrease the cost of integrating electric vehicles by 2/3, and also, more importantly, they level the peak load. So this problem of maybe everybody starts charging their EVs at 1 minute after midnight can be alleviated. And since, we're designing circuits for peak load, that's a pretty important capacity. So these are just sort of examples of how our planning to date has really not fully incorporated the potential of what we're facing. And so I really encourage the PUC and the Public Advocate's Office to look hard at how we do this scenario planning, and that we have independent input into appropriate models and the consideration of creative, consumer-friendly scenarios. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Claire. And I think that does kind of tie back, parts of your comments tie back to the question raised earlier by Ari at SCE about when does load flexibility assumptions or flexible management come into the process? Is that baked into forecasts and into load shapes? Is that an active management solution when we're looking at mitigations? Is that included in a specific scenario? And I think that's a really key question to be asking right now, something we'll take seriously when we're putting this all together.
Can I also, this is Ari from SE, just want to make a quick note, Claire, thanks for your thoughts. We definitely appreciated the Kavala study, and you mentioned, maybe having a third party get involved. We just want to note that there is a pretty big distinction between doing a study and doing distribution planning. So we do believe that that's a core function of the IOUs, and that it would be really hard for any entity, including Kavala, to replicate that, to actually get that solutioning that we do that would be investment grade. They did not do that in EIS Part 1. And I'm not sure that any third party could do that as we do. So we do believe that each of the IOUs represented here can conduct that planning and as regulated by the CPUC. So we believe the framework that's being developed here will assist us in doing that, but feel pretty strongly that it would be essentially impossible to hand that over to another party that's not a utility.
But keeping it short, I'll agree. I think we're in the best position to figure out, what's needed, because that's what we do.
All right, we have a question in chat from Charlie, who asks, to the CPUC team, what kind of accelerated energization timelines can the commercial transport industry expect in securing additional distribution grid capacity needed to charge medium heavy-duty battery electric vehicles to meet the state's air emission reduction goals?
Thanks for the question. My understanding is that question is being handled and has been handled in the energization timelines proceeding, which set timelines based on tariff and grid upgrade category and did not specify any timelines based on end use or industry. That said, we are working on in this proceeding on a proactive planning framework to alleviate the need for industry-specific energization timelines so that we can have a proactively planned grid that is ready to accommodate all new load.
Hi, Mark Hudson with the Public Advocate's Office. I have a question for the utilities. So I think the point is well taken that, you know, for proactive planning, you can always slow down build, but you can't speed it up, like if a load comes in at the last minute. I guess I wanted to get a little more like clarification or like how can you reassure us that you know, like if a pending load drops out at the last minute, that there is time for the utilities to react and, you know, delay that construction. You know, I don't know what the point of no return is, but, you know, basically, I think it's possible that some pending loads may drop out at a very short notice. And so I wanted to get your perspective on how you can respond to that and maybe how scenario planning could anticipate that and prevent it from happening.
This is Ari from SE, just initial response. I want to make clear that pending loads are an input to scenario planning. So you're saying, what would happen if a pending load, an individual pending load dropped out? I think that's why we have the scenario planning. So the concept is that we have a range of pending loads going into our scenarios, informing our whichever forecast that we're selecting for our scenarios. And then if an individual pending load drops out, the scenario planning actually accommodates that because we have looked at this as a type of load, or an area of load, for instance, a substation. So I don't think, I actually don't think that's a very big problem for an individual pending load to drop out at the last minute because that's why we're doing the scenario planning. So we can accommodate that and think about layering on a number of different inputs, looking at the outputs of the various scenarios and saying, well, we have a pretty high confidence that we're going to have some load show up here. It doesn't mean it doesn't need to be pending load X or Y or Z. At the end, if our scenarios kind of coincide and overlap, we know that there is going to be a load there. And we have a high confidence that it will be X, Y, or Z. It will not be none of the above.
So this is Eve from SDG&E, right? So I would say that our pending load proposal, if you guys remember, it's not really like individual project based, right? It's probably how we look at known loads versus pending load differently is the pending loads are the medium duty, heavy duty forecast, that the goal is not really to identify like this is the exact location we're going to anticipate this X customer is going to definitely put up this medium duty, heavy duty transition plan. It's more about after looking at the bottom of data, including looking at all these potential location in a geographical like area and align that back to the circuit and assess here's the potential transportation medium duty heavy load that's going to be coming at the circuit. So coupling that with the scenario planning proposal, if you think about our scenario planning 1, which is more about we're not really doing the scenario to like necessarily like identify, like to do incremental projects. More or less the scenario one to me is considered like a tool, a vehicle to like flag the needs, right? So the way I look at it is like once we run the scenario one, it tells us how many of our circuits are already pretty much like heavily loaded and constrained. We're trying to evaluate that against the needs that's already identified in the base scenario and assess it when should we initiate the needs and potentially do it a little sooner so we don't get into that situation. So it's less concern, it's less sort of impactful like about like, I guess it's not really even a situation in our proposal where you have like a one pending load that drop out per se, but obviously every year annually we will refresh our pending loads and refresh our base case scenario and scenario one and scenario two and repeat that assessment. And in this reconsolidation process between like the scenario one as picking into the base case, ensure that we're not really kind of expanding the number of projects that we initiated unlimitedly. We're actually just using scenario one and two at that point as a guardrail to figure out exactly how do we align the needs that's already in the base case.
For PG&E, Tom Huynh here. Just want to say that we're very similar to what Ari had mentioned. When we look at how we categorize pending load and the risk, a lot of the risk and guardrails are there on the pending load side, but also from a scenario planning side, it is identifying a wide range of things. And as I mentioned in our slides, is that we look at the risk and benefits of each scenario. And so when we make a decision on that single investment, it's not just dependent on, one of the questions that was in the slide is this scenario dependent on one load or two pending loads, connecting. So again, sort of building into that criteria that we have in our pending loads, we're reviewing it annually, reviewing the pending loads and seeing if it's there, but also on the scenario planning side of, does this project scope rely on one single pending load? So that's another. And then probably the stopgap for us is when right before we get to construction, we look at that and we say, is there still a justification there? So looking at our stage gate and saying, is there still a need for this, for this? Of course, there's one in between the construction, which is how we design things and how we project scope. So if there is a part of the project that can be de-scoped easily, that can be something that could be done on our side.
This is Ann from SC. Just wanted to add, pending loads usually focuses on years 4 and above, and so we hope that as pending loads become more mature, they will move into a known load when the customer actually requests energization. And so, like the other utilities have said, we want to refine every year, and hopefully that because pending loads is a little bit further out, we'll have time to figure out, if we should move to the next gate and continue to build out towards that or not.
Yeah, I was going to make Mark Jimenez from PG&E. Comments along the same lines, I think, from pending load workshop. It was 3 plus 3 10-year time horizons. So if one dropped out, it'd be dropping out of year 3 in the forecast. So expect that those customers, if they really are serious, then they're going to be initiating a new business application. If they're 1 to 2 years out, that's sort of been what we've heard, and that seems to be the pattern with what people are applying for service. I don't expect that we will have in the short term a lot of projects solely based on pending loads. So I think pretty much all our projects are going to be driven by new business loads, but kind of will supplement how we view our scoping with pending loads, just because that's where we at with our project construction at this moment. But I think as we get closer, more capacity installed where we're kind of able to really look at projects solely on pending load, then again, they're still 3 years out. So, I think there's plenty of time to redirect the ship on those kind of projects. I think there is more risk of known loads dropping out than pending loads, because known loads, those are loads that are justifying your project. And if they were to cancel or, even not come up to the load that they asked for, right, then you're saying, well, hey, why didn't I install these facilities, right? You really come up to the load. So I think that's a higher risk, maybe something that could be handled in the in the low scenario, you know, assumptions about what the customer said they were going to do versus what they do.
And this is Ari from SE. I'm just thinking about what you're saying, Mark. That's not a new problem. A known load dropping out isn't something that scenario planning is causing. It's actually something that's going to solve for and help us respond to. So we've always had the risk of loads not materializing and even known load applications not coming through. This is just a way to address that. It doesn't exacerbate the situation, quite the opposite.
And Brad from PG&E here. I'm not sure if we fully made this point in our slides earlier, but we're also viewing pending loads and higher scenarios as a way to mitigate some of the risk of repeat investments, you know, so putting in a 30 MVA transformer because that serves the known load, but the pending load is going to need you to put in a 45 MVA transformer. If you only do the work based on what you know now, then you're going to be replacing that transformer 5 years later. So that kind of, you know, using this broader view allows us to make the right investment, the right scope at the right time.
This is Mark from PG&E. I think it was brought up in the pending load workshop that not having capacity is sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I think it is, you know, it should be kind of acknowledged that if customer comes to, you know, us for service and there isn't capacity, the probability of them dropping out goes up compared to if they're able to execute their plans.
This is Ari from SE. Tyler, I saw a question here from Charlie Alcock in the chat. I don't know if we've addressed it. It was about 15 minutes ago, but I guess it was a question of the CPUC, but he was asking about how we can accelerate energization timelines for MDHD charging. I think that this is something we're generally getting at, but maybe ED or maybe some other IUs want to directly address the question of the expansion of MDHD. We haven't been too specific in today's workshop about that particular load, but that's a definite California state goal. So it's a pretty uniquely important one. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss that question. I don't have a direct response, but maybe I'll build on others if anyone else wants to try to help out Charlie on that.
Yeah, Ari, I addressed the question directly, but welcome any other thoughts or opinions.
Yeah, this is Gabe from Energy Division, and back to that energization timeline question. So yes, Tyler addressed it from the timeline perspective. Another angle that's also in scope in two different proceedings is flexible service connections. And so, for example, in the same proceeding, energization, there is a current effort underway that just got comments very recently on a ruling asking about a limited load profile, flexible service connection standardization effort. So this is already being done through several pilots, but the questions were really aimed at, you know, how could we make this a more standard offer that more customers in the situation you described, medium and heavy duty and other commercial charging, could take advantage of when, as a temporary solution. It's not a permanent solution. It's the idea that there are times when the needed upstream grid capacity would take longer than is really expected or acceptable for a customer seeking service. But there are arrangements that can be made to have a temporary load limit. We call it the bridge to wire sometimes informally, that would be in place until the upstream capacity is fully built and the full service is available. So that's in scope. And so if that's something you're interested in, that's a proceeding you'd want to really participate in. And then similarly on the HIDR side, there's a similar effort looking at flexible service connections with a more expansive list of use cases that go beyond just a fixed firm limit to load and look at other you know, the use of DERMS and communication technology and control technology that can open up more dynamic possibilities in terms of use cases. So, yeah, just your question is really being addressed in this proceeding in a different track, but also in a different proceeding in energization. So hopefully that will help you know where to participate.
We are nearing our 3:30 end time, and seeing as there's no more questions in the room and doesn't appear to be anything more online, I think we'll go ahead and wrap up with our next steps. The next step for scenario planning will be on June 30th, 2025, when the utilities will jointly be submitting a Tier 3 advice letter. This advice letter will summarize this workshop, identify the outcomes of this workshop, propose a framework for implementation of scenario-based planning, and identify the timeline to make that transition to using it. There will be a 20-day comment period on the Tier 3 advice letter for any parties that want to submit their feedback. And that's all we have. Yeah, Ari.
Yeah, Ari from SE. Tyler, a question on this process, both from the IO point of view and maybe other stakeholders as well. We've heard a lot today about how the fact there's also a pending loads process going on. We had a workshop, we have a advice letter due the same day. So from the IO perspective, we're wondering how closely coordinated will staff and commission be in terms of evaluating what's in those two pending, in those two advice letters, pending loads and scenario planning, and in terms of a resolution. I assume there'll be two resolutions, but given the close connection of these two topics, that the resolutions will be coordinated. And so if there's a decision on, if there's a thought on pending loads that affects scenario planning or vice versa, the commission will consider them together. And then from the stakeholder point of view, that 20-day comment period, I don't know if you have advice for them, but do they have to, for instance, submit two different sets of comments because it's two different advice letters? I think they do, but just to give them some peace of mind, I know there's a number of stakeholders who've been active today who are probably interested in submitting both advice letters. How do they do that?
Thank you for the questions, Ari. It's a good point of clarification. There will be two separate Tier 3 advice letters that will be filed on the same day. They will be considered together when writing the resolution. So we would hope that the advice letters themselves are aligned in what they're proposing, and the resolution that comes out of it will have to be aligned on how pending loads will be used in coordination with scenario planning. There is the current comment period on the pending load workshop report due May 1st, and then following that, after the advice letters are submitted, there will be two comment periods, one comment period for the pending loads advice letter and a separate comment period for the scenario planning advice letter. So parties can submit comments for both, and recognizing that the topics overlap to a fairly significant extent, you know, there's a understanding if both topics are coming up in both advice letters.
Thanks.
All right, with that wrapped up, I think that brings us to the end of our presentation and the workshop today. I want to say thank you to everyone for participating online. Thank you to all our stakeholders, and thank you to everyone for showing up in person as well as our first hybrid workshop in the high DER proceeding, as far as I know of, and the first one in recent memory. So appreciate everyone's participation, and that's a wrap.